you snore. Here we are. Thanks to the Lord's heavenly bread and some prayers from our friends from yesterday's group meetings. I survived from my respiratory illness, and we're energized by the Lord today to be with you, to talk about crucifying the psychological hates and loves, the low sympathies and antipathies of temporality. These things that we don't use the Lord to bring about, but these things that are co-opted instead by the Lord as an ingression into us with our participation from outside time. And that's the way it has to be. And it's the best way it can be. For are we not now recognizing the kind of slavery we've been put in with these desires, with our sense and with many with the lust for righteousness on the material plane, communism, fascism, seeking, bringing about equality, or whatever we see as what our conscience tells us is right, happens in fact rather to be prejudice, character, provoking necessity of the past. It's not judgment at all. Our conscience is not an objective judgment, it's a prejudice. And the only escape from this prejudice is providence. But thank God, not only is it a mere to be granted the righteousness and freed from the fake desires of the provokings of the modern world, of the antipathies and sympathies in the first portion of life. Those are pagan. That's a pagan hierarchy we're born into, affected somewhat by Christian social teaching, but it doesn't matter. It still ends up being modern pagan. Because it's not a social teaching. The gospel is not a social teaching. The gospel is an icon. Christ's teaching is an icon to escape, an icon to have your earth where the footsteps to be his ground, not here. Your desires and will to be withdrawn from the world, to be in him, and that he is the future outside of the necessity and the context of the push and provoking of destiny. Destiny means a destination based on what has been. That what is the word, Anglo-Saxon word weird, the flowing river, is it used to be a push from there, and then it changed its meaning to when the Anglo-Saxon took on Christ, thank God. It changed. Weird, it becomes weird. What's this weird unknown thing? Well, it's the future, isn't it? It's Christ. That's now possible to meet the Master as a fact of experience, if we can overcome these desires of temporality. We had a wonderful meeting yesterday, group meeting, on the fellowship, scottmannion.com/fellowship, or on Substack. You can participate in it next month. But we talked about, Han J brought up Saint Sophrony, incredible man, recent Orthodox saint, buried himself, almost directed like St. John in the same way, knew when he was going to die. The Lord told him to wait for the tomb to be prepared, and then he was able to pass away into the Master's heart and next to the Master. And so originally a Russian hesychast, and a true great contemplative, was entombed in a dying Anglo-Saxon land, perhaps to inspire and send impulses and help pray on Christ's behalf for a dying people there to re-engage with this providential ground. Thank God. And so their soil again was blessed by that. In this country, we're not so lucky to have a soil blessed by saints. St. Paisios came here once in 1970, but no one has buried their holy flesh here like St. Sophrony did. But perhaps there are still roots deeply that connect with the Anglo-Saxon who is in the colonies and the Westerner who's in the colonies to this root of a saint from Athos being buried there. There's for good reason that the Lord sends his saints to be entombed in places. And so in that message, we have to find this essential ground. We have to be, and the only way, like today I'll mention a few things talking about the third beatitude again, fourth, fifth and sixth beatitude. But the only way to do that, even though I might mention it as if it's a force that's gained to, or something like that, but it's all comes as a grace from Christ. And it all has to be continuously prayed for. His virtue being, his functional structure, you could call it, his divine likeness is granted. And what else is that? The saints talk about dispassion. Dispassion. Now, a key thing we need to impel us into the prayers and practices to keep us in it, as our friend mentioned St. Sophrony yesterday, a key way is a weekly remembrance of death, that you are going to die. And I want to remind you of this, and it's a very positive and good thing, because it will impel you to a true value and to seek He who is death. He is death and life. He is the bloodletter and He crucifies us. We can be crucified with Him. Thank God. Thank God. It's working. Thank God also. Welcome everyone to the stream. Remembrance of death. It's a key early thing, because in youth we perhaps wonder, another great friend, Bram, in the meetings talked about this temptation to think, I'll just ask the Lord for forgiveness for this sin later. And it's like a true will to power thought, right? But we must remember soon we will die. And the greatest fear we must carry with us is that what if the Master says, I didn't know you? What if we're not to be saved after death. It's not about that. It has to be done now. Our purification has to happen now. So when we pass over, and believe me, because in this process of initiation, in this process of hesychasm, the Lord, you're granted union sooner than you would think in lesser levels, in that you're slowly perfected, but within a given morning concentration without effort in prayer, if you've been developing over a year to 2 years, contrition's granted to you, and the comforts after becoming poor in spirit, and the comfort after mourning, thank God. And you could, the saints of the Father Kalia describe it as an intellect, a sky blue. Like you might notice like a flashing or an intellect, a clearer one. That's just the light of the intellect though. The Easterners experience that. Beyond and beyond that is a sky blue, holistic sky blue mentioned by several saints of the Father Kalia. But also the breath of eternal peace felt behind the eyes. These things, that is salvation now. And His presence is a fact of experience. Christ's presence as a fact of experience, a mystic fact of experience now. If we surrender these antipathies and sympathies, these psychological loves, the only way, like you can't imitate the gospel and extend it. It helps, but you can't imitate it and extend it into the psychological domain. Like I said, it's an icon. The church, the theology is supposed to be an icon to help you, an icon rather, for Christ to enter you as a mystic fact. And then you appeal to Him by granting Him your worship and love. He grants you then divine love, And then you feast on divine love, not philo, not brotherly love, but agape. And it's that actually makes you able to love your neighbor. As Christ says, it's impossible without him. It's not possible. It's a divine thing. It's a ground. It's not an Aristotelian ground. It's not a common experience. It's not a common love that we all share. It's outside time. He's divine. Like, we only truly become a son of God by being baptized in the Spirit as well as with the water symbolically. And it comes through hesychism. Just a taste of it and you'll recognize the difference. Thank God, it's possible. But we have to do the kenosis. But it begins very simply. Thank God the Lord does it. We just do our part. We participate by doing the concentration without effort in the morning. Well, what are the transformations that occur? Well, in the Beatitude, blessed are the meek. We talked a bit about this last week. What this really means is those that are blessed that overcome their psychological unconscious. These antipathies and sympathies I'm talking about that most of Christians have, right? This is the psychological body. It could also be called the Luciferian body. We inherited it. It goes all the way back to the fall. And it carries these pagan archetypes, these pagan desires, these pagan hates, ethnic hates, all these things, and loves. And loves. But it's not your future. All that amounts to and combines to is what is called destiny. It's a push of necessity from the now and the past to force and enslave you to a future. Prejudice, character, all the determinisms that you can think of, even astrological determinisms, has all those things. Character, genetics, all that stuff. But there happens to be, thank God, there happens to be something else. Because that's only the past and the future. And Plato, of course, well expanded this when talking about justice itself, including the past and the future, to try achieve a kind of righteousness, right? Between man's soul life and in the world. Oh no, sorry. It's just silly music that might get the stream done in, blah, 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 blah. Speak over it, run. Hopefully that's scrambled it up enough. Run, fly you fools, fly you fools. All right, we're going to the Parklands now. Here we are. We'll go have a little visit into the Chinese gardens and then make our way over to the zoo. Very pleasant afternoon. This is the west of Sydney, and I've never been here before because it's, you go over certain highways here, there's a certain prejudice where you just thought I wouldn't be any good, It's not the kind of area I'm from. It's mostly an immigrant area now, but of course the council invests a lot of money out here, so the parklands are quite beautiful, and I go to many places unexpected now that I'm not, we're in this process, we seek to be guided by this future I was talking about, this providence, this place and in personal, the true and only living God who is outside time and who is in the future that we're talking about, this providential purpose, and we need him in every possible way in Christ reliance. We need him, not self-reliance, to escape this conundrum. And it begins with this meek. We do our best in imitation though, using the Gospels and the church tradition and teaching as an icon, right? We've practically followed, that's why we follow the Saints of the Father Calais as well, and Valentin Tomberg. Practically, passive, active, but moving more and more into Christ's reliance, but we do have a guideline to at least help us stop sinning or resist it. Now that's troublesome at the start, isn't it? These passions, that's what dispassion is too, it's cutting off. There's a card in the tarot called the Hanged Man. What is it to be hanged? It's to die to the archetypes There's 12 branches on the tree next to the hangman on that card. What does that also mean when we look to our beloved church fathers and saints? It means to be dispassionate. What does that also mean? It means, well, of course, it's not this state that's granted like the Easterners, where they become depersonalized to a dispersonal absolute, a very satanic temptation and thought that's in Sophronie so well counted in his incredible work, We Shall See Him As He Is. He knows completely that tradition and was in it and abandoned it to return to orthodoxy, knowing that the living God is a person. But Satan, of course, that dispersonal, no. To be dispassionate is to love angelically, and it can only be granted by Christ. But what else is it? It's for Christ to enter your soul and being. It's for Him to, and here's the picture of our stream today. Beautiful Chinese gardens here. Well, there's other types of, there are different nationalities and typical, what do you call it, multicultural doctrine. But still, it's beautiful nonetheless. Christ, soul, Christ's sentient soul, thinking soul, a feeling soul, a willing soul, a heart soul, a limb soul, limb will, which has been called the consciousness soul, the limb soul, the will soul, and the head soul, the rational thinking soul, and the sentient soul, the feeling soul. The first one to develop sort of pre-Greekish times. But what were we saying? We were saying that, Christ, what is that for that to be transformed, to be, as the saints talk of, to be made dispassionate? It's to be cut off from the archetypes, it's to be cut off from the psychological body, to have it transvaluated, to have it reformed, but to what? Not some empty, dispersonal fleeing like a winged serpent to love nothing, as if it's an illusion in their monism. No, Christ incarnated, legitimate twofoldness now since He incarnated. The personal, loving God grants us His divine likeness. What's that? It's Christ's virtues. What is a virtue? As we've talked about before, it's a way of being, isn't it? But when we do things, we habituate them, it's a way of being. We are granted a kind of habit over time. What is that? But a push. Say if you've habituated something, you wake up the next day, there's a push to redo it, isn't it? What is that? It's a spiritual push from past into the future. A push, a motive force. Virtue, that's a kind of spirit, a psychological force you could call it. But this stuff can be granted when it comes to this way of being only through Christ as the divine being. It's not something that can just be imitated. Some of it can come through divinely through the Gospels, yes, but it's not like you can't just bolt it on as a social teaching. And they tried that with communism, right? This each according to their need. No, it's like this whole purpose of this is to transcend the surface senses and to be granted Christ's being from outside time. What's the purpose of that? Well, in practically, you're always working towards, always trying to get towards the disclosure, because we need this now, immediately, of divine will. The disclosure of intuition. And I mean this in a more rigorous philosophical way, in a divine way, not a women's intuition. No, of course not. We're talking about in teaching, intuition, in divine. These are not psychological emotions, they're divine emotiveness. The heart as a faculty of divine love, not mere psychological love that we're familiar with. And you will notice the difference. And when do you first notice the difference? You first notice the difference in the depth of hesychasm, in concentration without effort in prayer, separating yourself off from the world, from other people. And then God sends you samples of divine experience. If you perform the moral actions of stopping sinning, forgiving everyone as well outside, being watchful when you're not doing the practice, but rejecting all temptation in it. Rejecting the temptation, thinking no, and the Jesus prayer, calling, like the Jesus prayer, there's an incredible, St. Mark, which I'll read out in a stream soon, Mark of Ephesus, wrote an incredible expansion on how divine the Jesus prayer is. The fact, like, we must constantly call on his mercy, and we must come to realize everything he does for us. We must come, and Unseen Warfare also talks about this, so that's why it's on the reading list. So we can become properly Christ reliant. And eventually, through recognition, it's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. Praying before every task, praying for the purity and peace of the heart every morning, before every task, so we act from his ground. That's what we're after. A solid earth. Like, think about your past and your present like this, what I'm standing on. We don't want to launch from here. We want our motive impulses to be free. Yes, we have to live here to a certain degree, but we want our motive impulses not to be reactive. Like, say, like you can say, oh, you go on Twitter and it's reactive to things. It's both, though. It's not just about psychological love. Like, let's love, not hate. Love, not hate. Yeah, that's a slogan all across social media. Love, not hate. No, divine love. Neither no love, no hate, but divine love. But motive impulse from outside of time. And that's what people forget, this third dimension of future and providence. It's changed everything. There's not this internal recurrence of eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, love for love, hate for hate, revenge loop. That's what paganism was. It was this endless recurrence of old impulses and old forces since the fall. And so that's what in every individual has to be overcome. And now more and more people are realizing it because of how bad AI is. It's combinatorial explosive. Like the options to do for what is good, and it's just impenetrable. Thank God the Master promised to teach us directly. And it's possible to develop your relationship with him until he sends, you can ask questions, he'll send you intuitions. It's not your faculty though. It's a mystery still, an unfolding mystery, ever deeper across your whole life. But you can live a life led in freedom where he provides for you. So it's not merely about escaping this sense of because we have a sense of righteousness, right? We have desires of the world in our soul. Like, you think about your hunger and thirst for food and water. You have a desire for thirst quenches your, like if you drink, it quenches your thirst, it quenches your metabolism. If you eat, it fuels it. Now, if you look away from the sense world, you could say that that takes away the food. And so you begin to long less for the world, actually, because it's not being fueled by food. If you stop drinking, that's when the sense impressions are unsatisfying. But what goes on is, of course, we're dissatisfied. We want money, we want to be the will to power, I want to be the prince. You know, I want to command, I want my race to win. Antipathies and sympathies, our judgments, we're constantly judging, and it's all based on that ground, so it's all prejudice. We want something higher than that. We hope for something higher than that. But it's not only, because it's not about being fortunate or misfortunate, it's about being a blessed one. Now, we must come to recognize that these desires we have to be the king, the ruler, the ruling party, whatever it might be, they're provokings, right? We see that the technical Google system is arranged so well to try, the more that they can trigger you with these pushes of necessity, these triggers of necessities, these techniques, the more they can predict how you behave. What does that mean? It means like you get a sense that, oh, I already was a slave, I just didn't know it before Google, but now I'm seeing kind of how this necessity works. And these things we call triggers are actually understood by the church fathers simply as false gods and demons, which is what they've always been. They trigger you. Avarice, all these different passions and sins are tied up with that. Social media is if you want to observe yourself, I mean, it's in real time, it's quite dangerous because it's like having your biggest sins right there to trigger you very, very quickly. You don't have time to digest enough of it. That's why you really got to pull away and get a bunch of social media blockers, all sorts of things because it's okay to use it's good and useful to see temptation in action. But if it's bombarding you, you don't even have time to be watchful and stop it. Like you'll find that the thoughts, as the saints talk of, they couple with you. The temptations couple very, very quickly. Very quickly. Indeed. And so that slavery must be recognized. But at the same time, whilst it's not about fortune or misfortune, the Lord promised to provide for us. If we seek the kingdom of heaven, we will be provided for on the material plane. He is the master, and you'll see this if you go on for 2 years and years in the practices, that he is the ground of the subject and the object, that he communicate internally and then reveal something in a bird, for instance, through the consilience of these different faculties, you could call them. Do we recognize a comprehensive vision of him moving? And we can confirm through an epistemic principle, a truth criterion, if he was that, or was that you with the wind, or was that you with this? I know it sounds strange, but that's how the comprehensive vision emerges. This is why saints had relationships with animals and things like that. It's God will move them with impulses and communicate both in the object and internally and coincide those at the same time to show that it's him. That being said, as we say many times, it's just a coincidence many times when you see animals but it is an opportunity to ask. And in that asking, this is down the track, but in that asking, do we develop this comprehensive vision to see when it's delusion? But what happens is an order emerges, an order of health, a growing constructive fruitfulness and communication. But you're always tempted though, the devil's always there. But there is a way. And that's a challenge the saints talk about in the Philokalia. That's an ever-present challenge, that the devil tries to ape God. God will say something, devil will put a little proposition on the end of it. And discernment can only come through, again, this virtue being that Christ grants, this functional structure, this divine likeness. That's what dispassion is. That's what becoming meek is. It's to be the hanged man. Hanged from temporality. You say, but we still have these temporal desires. We don't want a wife or a husband or something like that. This is where we get back to the thing. Seek the kingdom of heaven. The Lord, if you can make him your ground, he has a plan for you while you're here. You still have to live here, and he wants you to do something while you're here. Your ultimate purpose, though, is to love him. Disciples who love me, love him. Why? Because he is divine love. Through that, through giving most of your attention to him and glorifying him, you become divine love. It makes you agape. It's the best thing for you. These things are always the best for you. He's been trying all this time to guide you and without breaching your freedom to come to realize this. And thank God. But it involves a little bit of effort on our part and constant appealing to his mercy, because we need him. We can't do anything without him. And so there's many things. We have to come to realize many things. Reading the saints, reading the Philokalia. We need this grounding in education. How the Lord works in his mysteries by withdrawing virtue sometimes, so we get it. We get that it's him and not something we gained or faculty we gained. It's nice here, isn't it? This shining little stub here. Yeah. And so that's what we're after when we're becoming meek. And we gain this by doing the concentration without effort in prayer, because we're stilling the psychological body. But remember, we don't do it on our own. It's always participatory. And so even if I occasionally use the words of practice, they're all moral actions. It's not practice in the sense of an Aristotelian definition, which is a Luciferic one, in the sense that he didn't have access to Christ. So they're dealing with grasping at being, defining. It's humans acting themselves through the psychological body, which is a Luciferic inheritance, right? But this is a different mode of being. It's like the difference between Aristotle and St. Paul. Aristotle is justified by the customary being, by the definition of customary being, by the human logos and the philosophers before him, by circumscribing something and discoursing with the others until the thing becomes into view from a more vague customary being. But it's shared by everyone, isn't it, this customary being? And then that definition becomes this rigidity and causal thinking is allowed from that, comes about through that. Because when you make a definition, it's necessary and sufficient conditions of the thing, and what causes what. But that's not what happens with the divinity. The people, that's of the surface sense, right? What happens with initiates such as Paul, hesychasts, Paul was granted it immediately, but hesychasts eventually get there through silence, through the practice, right? But they're justified not from this thing we all share, but they've become essential. They have access to the logoi beneath the surface senses that allow them to come into existence and persist at all. And it's through hesychism, it's through concentration, and through, most of all, mercy and grace. But your moral effort must come into the equation, right? Moral act, always moral action, because it's morally done for Christ, and Christ recognizes what you do because you grow and you intend and you wish and you will. You starts with your will. You will to be close and at the right hand of Him. You want to be. You start there and you move from there, and you start praying, and then you start acting. And so you're acting, praying, moral action, and then Lord moves you up slowly and grants it. So you have also a proper appreciation for everything that's happening. Because he gives divine gifts to people, and then they don't recognize how lucky they are to have it. Like things He's granted me, dispassionate virtues among many passions, and you become conceited in it by accident without even thinking it as a proposition. You become conceited simply because, say, you haven't read St. Maximus describing the different spirits that are provided, right? That's conceited. It's not really it's just a lack of knowledge that can be a problem with that as well. So it can creep up on you. Firstly, you can be tempted to be conceited and think that you did it, and then there's another one, simply just not knowing. So you also have to read the saints too and thank Him for all those things. Like I in the prayer rule I help people with in the fellowship, it contains confessing almost all the passions and sins, because we so easily just commit them. And also confessing, as I think the Philoclea, a saint of the Philoclea, I'm not sure I remember which one, recommended this. Or it comes from the Way of the Pilgrim, confessing your secret sins. Because you're guaranteed to have done something. And I can tell you from experiencing contrition after thinking you've confessed everything, and then experiencing more contrition, right? It's just there. Like, this is why the saints, like Saint Sophrony will say, like, we're really, it's so important to recognize our deep sin and how deep and buried the wretchedness is, right? And that's okay. Why? Because you think, is this a pragmatic reality only to say that I'm nothing and a useless servant? No, we want it to be that way. Why? Because we want it to be Christ. We participate, of course, but we want that condition, because that means we've been granted more of Christ's divine likeness, and He's acting in us. So it's true. It's not some pragmatic reality to try keep you humble. No, it's that we want to be daily praying and want this communication and closeness with the divine living God. And in that state, that's what we're called to be saints. That's what it is to be saintly, to be purified, to be in mystic union. And that's ongoing. It's like this fluctuating thing. The saints all describe this too, is that perfection's like you are perfected, and then you can flag and fail, and then it constantly purifies you. So it's an everyday thing. An everyday thing. And so we're on our way to the zoo now. Let's just see where we are. We've had a good start though. That was a good little talk. See how we're going. I'll read these when we stop. Good to see everyone there. I see you, Zach. I see you, Criticism. John, Stubble. Thanks for everyone for joining us. Blessings in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit to you, Scott, and to all who tune in. Christ, our good shepherd, guiding us to the true future. Absolutely. And it's divine love. I think there's a mistake, and people, like I said, people don't recognize that we need the direct guidance. That we have to. Oh, have I not turned this? I don't. Hang on. Let me just turn the sat nav on, so you can see where we are. I think I didn't turn it on. So yeah, there we go. Okay, you got the location now. My apologies. So that's what we're after. A ground outside of time. It's a little by little thing. But getting that morning concentration without effort practice in prayer opens up the temporal spatial rift, pulls it open and makes space for Christ to dwell. But we have to take time and be very patient. We have to mourn, right? And after the mourning, then we'll notice some things begin to happen. First, some little small transformations in the ground of our being begin to happen. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. But as one of the meeting people said, a key thing can be, and I'm going to come up with a particular practice for this because I haven't even put it, it's something I do every now and then, but this remembrance of death that St. Sophrony recommends. I think it's truly key to giving people the proper motive impulse to make sure they stop sinning, so they keep up the practice till they can get to the point of discernment. And like someone mentioned in the European meetings yesterday, Aniran, another great friend, talks of once you begin discerning and begin to be able to ask questions, those little excuses you make for yourselves, like, oh, the God probably doesn't mind if I do it here, stuff like that, because you can ask, he'll say, well, no, you should continue your fast, right? You set up, you see, like, to have the Father there, and it reinforces you, because we're trying to get to this place where we're praying for help with all the sins, right? And it helps it does help, I remember that helped me a lot to be able to ask a question and receive a guidance in the moment. Really does reinforce you to not do the sin. You don't fall as much into that temptation. And over time, he reinforces your resolutions too. Like you'll set a resolution, and because you're asking about most of these things you're asking him about, you'll tend to just want to do them. But he's not a tyrant either. I mentioned this yesterday as well. And that if something happens in the day that like is a big blow or something, and you want to go home instead of something you had asked him about before, then you could ask him again. Often you'll see he'll and the intuition will be yes. It's it's okay for you to. I'm just saying, he's not a cosmic tyrant. He loves us. But that being said, he also reinforces us when we're asking questions with fresh impulses from. And that's the whole point, right? So the more we can find a way to communicate with him, it's not just an intuition of an answer, but he sends impulses along with it that can help give us a little bit more juice to come through. Because he is the ground of our free will. So naturally, he grants these forces of courage and reinforcement because he wants us to make the free decision. We're not it's not like back in a long time ago when angels were more, like men were more in a mystical participation with folk angels long ago. But now it's not like that. The Lord has bolstered us up. We must, rather than a Joan of Arc sort of automatic divine experience happening to her, now we have to freely choose him in the will, and he'll reveal himself. Especially now when things are so bad. Like why else would like a nobody like me? For us nobodies, he's happy to, well, he will, if you put the time in to purify yourself. But, you know, preparation is also part of that. Okay, so we're going to walk back this way a little so we can get across this train line. This is the right way, I think. Cross the little river down here, then we'll be on to the next bit. And down to the zoo. Thank God. In a sense, the age is a plague, but if you're here, there are so many people, it's an absolute disaster. People are experiencing a calamity, a horror, and the horror is they don't know. They're utterly cut off. Their judgments are like this low calculation. They have no access to Christ to give them the intuition for what to do. And they don't know it's a tragedy. That's why it's so horrid. But they are experiencing an utter calamity. They're going to bed each night and like all these drugs and all sorts of horrible tortures. I was in that. I was in that in terms of just simply being a modern, right? You're alone with these silly procedures like 10 best ways to fix your life. You know, these sort of like strategies, heuristic values, scientific method to try and organize my life. You know, it was never supposed to be that way. Like I said, Christ is the future. He's wanted to guide you. But this superstructure is built up over the centuries, and at least now it's coming to a head, at least with all the BS, the post-truth structure. If you're here, it's at least, okay, through Tomberg, through the saints, it's a great opportunity. If you can cut yourself off, if you can find the little ways, like Bram talked about getting a flip phone, that's a great step. Another friend of the channel, flip phone, right? You're breaking some of these enslaving tools, but it's acting in it, like we said, it's acting from a divine ground. It's not a mere about like David Icke Gnosticism. We're in a prison. But you're just in the prison because your wants and desires remain the same. Like the Nietzschean doesn't escape through his self-willing, because who provokes the desire in the first place? It's from temporality. That's why Christ is the only freedom, because it's outside of time. That agapic love is not of this world, is it? It's foolish in the eyes of the world, as St. Paul says. And that's the whole point. That's why it's true freedom, to be nested in him, to have his divine impulses. And what love it brings. But at the same time, a providential purpose, that your life will be transformed in the sense of not about fortune or misfortune, like you throw that out the window, but still the things that will happen to you, the Lord has a plan for you for what's going to happen in the next 40 years. But we do this so, I mean, gosh, theosis, it's the whole purpose of life. So when we die, we're going to die. You could get really ill soon. We're going to die. We're being towards death, rocketing towards death right now. And so we want to be, when we cross over, not alone. Because it doesn't matter how close your family is, you walk across the gate of death alone, unless you have Christ as a fact of experience, and then he'll come, my son. As that great tradition of St. John, the Christ said that to him. Come at my right hand. And these saints, right, to be, and we're called to, we're nothing but I'm nothing but a useless servant, so are you, so are we, that, and would always be that way, and that's the way to always approach this. But we're called to be, and to be purified. So after we die, we can participate as well, actively in helping from the afterlife, as you know, others who are still here. That's what the saints are. They're this living tradition that's known in temporality, but at the same time, they actually are living, acting spirit after death, helping, interceding on others' behalves. Even if they're not known, most saints are unknown, but they still are helping others. Christ uses people, of course, after. But theosis, you're going to die, and you walk through the gate of death alone. But even when you're preparing for death, like your parents are dying, they'll be gone, and it'll be utterly tragic. But if Christ and Mother Mary with you, they'll be your ground, and you pray for your dead ones, and that'll help them if they haven't. The Lord will help purify them through your prayers, and you can continue on the providential purpose while you're still here, praying for them, right? If they haven't managed to come to Christ themselves in the lifetime. And so just think about that. You're dying. Soon we shall be dead. And through that emptiness that can come through that beginning kenosis, then the value for things can slightly change. I'm not actually sure how to get through here, but we're on a good run with the talking anyway. So, oh yeah, further. We've still got further to go. Pardon me. Pardon me. And so, what happens in this third way, it's not a hate or love, it's not trying to bring about some change in temporality, but that's what ends up happening in the sense that Christ wants us to do things while we're here as well. It's a secondary thing, but you've got to make sure the primary is always on this. It's divine love that brings about the transformation. He wants disciples who love him because he is divine love. He grants them divine love and transform their whole being into something from outside time that's not natural, it's supernatural. And we happen to have always been grounded out there anyway. We've just forgotten. And our content, our spiritual content, the content of our being is all of the surface sense. It's material, it's sensory. We need to, over time, this is how we become meek, because he fills us with his content, his being. It starts with these small transformations at the ground of our being and becomes more and more clear over time. And we just find ourselves also being more and more meek. The temptations are always there, and we have to slowly resist them. We have to participate and do our small part. But he strengthens us. And we keep calling on his mercy, and we slowly get perfected, cut off from. Because what is it to be cut off from the archetypes? It's to master the psychological body. It means that you can more, like, it's not that you're never affected by anger, but you're free to choose not to. And you just weren't before. Like, I know Aniran was talking about this, like the difference in fasting over time after a year of doing the practice, a year of calling on the Jesus prayer for mercy, an hour every morning, and saying he's able to fast, right? Also because you're in a clearer, closer communication with the Lord. So you get a fresh impulse when you ask him, should I continue the fast? He sends a little, it helps reinforce, like I said, to keep going. Now say what the saints talk of this, St. Maximus talks of this, and this has happened to me, is that fear not. Say the Lord removes the virtue and the sexual desire, demons touch your areas, and that's true. The saints talk of this, they do. They send impulses as if that area is being touched. Thank God, the Lord will do it often if you've trained yourself not to look at women and get rid of eye lust. You might dally too much in that, and the Lord will show you. But thank God, if you go back and start praying for help again and recognize that he granted that, he takes you back to the level you were at. You don't have to start again. Working on this, working on it. And one of the saints, I think St. Isaac, talks of, most of the people that listen to this channel will find they're more intellectual types. Contemplation, or the way through concentration, is the best way, really. Because through this and calling on his mercy and becoming empty so he can receive these impulses, inspirations and revelations, which just begin as simple, the potentialities of them, they later unfold into more clear information, but it's like a holistic knowing to begin with, and divine knowing. But first experience the spiritual touch and movement, the movement of the heart. Those potentialities unfold into propositions and concepts, or primordial concepts, divine things, concepts full of feeling, will and thought, divine. But they're more powerful and more as they originally are in that potentiality, right? So you come to learn this over a long period of time, getting more and more samples of divine content, let's say, by doing the hesychistic practices. You come to see this. And so now we'll walk through this underpass, here we are, to the athletic fields, Western Sydney. Again, not an area I'd ever come to unless I've been asking where I should go, right? And it's very beautiful, very nice. And so that's the meek. You slowly, through Christ, through appealing to him, through slowly working on one passion at a time, as the Unseen Warfare recommends. But you need this basic education. There's a few books in the reading list that can just, so you know how to work on these things. And then what happens is, like, you don't follow every saint directly because some are in contradiction. But what happens is the Christ, because you call every day asking for guidance and teaching, his angeloi, his angels, will select different things from your memory to help you from this base education, right? Reading the Philokalia, reading Unseen Warfare, reading Valentin Tomberg, and they'll pull out things and go, oh, I could try that. And it's not you that did it, thank God, but it helps you having this background reading because it's a simple bit of content that can be directed. And you know, sometimes they simply say things later on as you develop in discernment, and it carries a weight of knowledge with it and deeper gnosis with it. It's a nice little tunnel, shady tunnel. The wrong time of day, it'd probably be getting Rob's tunnel, but it's perfectly nice today, right now. And so, going across the terminology there, we see how it's dispassion, it's been granted Christ's virtue body, like his divine likeness is to be granted his virtues, is what dispassion is. So it's a content, it's not an emptiness, even though it's dispassionate of the things of the world. We still act in the world. But why are these saints, they're so loving, their long perfection, and a long grinding out of the heart, a long contrition of the heart to have it purified by Christ. But yeah, patience, it's a life thing, but if you can, like, the patience is granted to you. It's through this mastery of this old psychological unconscious, this body that's inherited from the fall. Christ overcomes it, and he colonizes your being, thank God. So in a sense, you could say that's what it is to be a conqueror of Lucifer, is that you participate with Christ, and that's how it happens. So these beauties. Wow. It's got a beautiful little call there in the middle. That's it. Like, that one. One's less squeaky. And so, that's that. That's what meekness really is. It's the establishing of the ground, the preparation of the stage, that you become a stage for the impulses from outside time. And so from there, we move on to the three transformations of soul that must occur. And this all comes through crucifixion, right? But it's the learning. This is all brought about by collaboration with Christ, praying the Jesus prayer, that key morning practice I'm talking about. But Christ brings it about because you're calling on his mercy with the Jesus prayer. You're concentrating it. This practices the 3 O's of the monastic tradition: poverty, obedience, chastity, and ones. I've mentioned so many times why that concentration practices that. The surface senses, the stilled limbs, the will is stilled, the senses become non-existent. Well, the sight anyway, into the heart. Poverty of the senses for that time. Rejection, chased, because part of the practice is the attack of thoughts. We begin to realize in this, we must come to realize that my thinking is not me. It might say, I should do this, but half the time, some of the time it's the devil, some of the time it might be a cognitive thought, and the other times the angels will send things. And so you have to get this idea that you're not the sole owner of the thoughts that come to you, or the concepts that come to you, or the ideas you have. If you can't get this, you won't later be able to receive words from God. Because you'll pray for them. Lord, guide me, teach me. You can pray for that. Teach me like the shepherds of Bethlehem, or just guide me and teach me. And he'll say things. But at the same time, the devil can say things too. But you do need, St. Peter of Damascus says this, if you don't appeal to Christ to teach you and to speak to you, the devil will pretend to be him anyway. So, where are we? I guess we have to cross another road, do we? He will anyway. Where are we? Oh yeah, I see. Ah, crap. I think we have to go, we can't get across this creek. I don't know, I guess we go up here. It says there's a road, but it's like a bridge or something. Or maybe it goes under, I don't bloody know. I don't think there's any getting over this road though. Oh no, there is a pathway here. I guess it crosses the road. Yeah, that'll work. All good. What was I saying? This should look pretty good. It's a new cable, new wide-angle lens. Might be clearer because it's a USB 3. Might have more data. And so, new ground on which to stand. Little by little, these antipathies and sympathies are purified out of us. I've still got things I like it's an ongoing process, but thank God you get to achieve levels of union over time. And so you have the spiritual experience to know what's going on. Excuse me. There'll be a little bit of that today still. A little bit of that today still, I'm afraid. And so a growing freedom is granted. A growing freedom. You still have to, you won't always win with your temptations. But I will say, it doesn't take long before you can fast and you just will. You won't go, I feel like eating, But the Lord, because you'll be consulting him more and more. Oh, that's what I was on. You have to get this idea down. You have to struggle. Read what Valentin Tomberg says about talking with God, how to surrender this idea that you're the sole owner of your thoughts. You have to keep reading what he says. You have to struggle with these things. Because then the Lord knows what you want it, right? That you want to figure out how, and you want him to say things to you. He starts very sparingly. You might hear a big, often things of just simple encouragement rather than some grand theory. But sometimes if you're after a research error, you begin discerning when you're asking questions about yes and no. That's the good way, because you're working with intuition, right? Because he's God, he's not your tool. You say, how do I do this, Lord? He doesn't just say it. But you can ask yes or no, because he'll send an idea as well, right? Because you're beginning to recognize that the ideas aren't just yours, that they've always been things angels have helped you with. Your angeloi, your guardian angeloi has helped you with concept, but you think it's yours. You take ownership of it as a foolish modern. Modern psychology is false. And esoteric psychology, depth Christian psychology is what we need. And the saints help us with that. And people like Valentin Tomberg, especially, and Rudolf Steiner, we must say too. But it's bullshit. The modern, everyone is in this mode. My brain calculated it. My brain got me to do this. My cunning, my calculation. It's just all wrong. I think Steiner calls psychology sort of dilettante. The best of it is probably Jung. But anyway, let's not go into that. Here's some fields. We'll be down to the next parkland area off this main road shortly. But so much of what we're told we have to be prepared and programmed out of, because it's been designed by, it's been influenced by, Masonic, so much of America and modernity, satanic ideas, Freudianism is completely satanic, surface level, everything is attributed to the surface material is the cause of everything, rather than it coming from, like say YHVH, Yod Hey Vau Hey. It's as if the final synthesis, which is facticity that we live in, is taken to be the cause of things, where there is a efficient cause. First day of creation, these things are always there. But it's made to look by science. Science is only true for the present, but it's made as a cosmology. It projects people use it to project itself into the past where it's inappropriate to form a cosmology. So we don't deny, though, the facts of the present as far as they are in fact. But again, let's not go into that either. Let's keep it to the practical of what we're talking about. The transformation. And so little by little, through your moral action, we are freed from the impulses. But we have to recognize we need both. We need this communication with the Lord to help reinforce it and guide us in the moment and spur us on. He wants to give that. And so we've got to get that idea and keep thinking about that. It's like, okay, what are these thoughts that are coming to me? What does that involve? It involves what the saints call watchfulness. So it comes out of your morning hesychistic practice. You learn how to reject thoughts and quickly assess them. You get to see even a bit of where they come from, their ground. Like you even sometimes reject thoughts before they're properly articulated. You hit them, you almost know what they are before they're said in your head sometimes. So you're getting a deeper understanding of a deeper level of your being in that morning hour, that pooled time. Christ is helping you. Save me, Lord. My murderers have come. Like since often he said that is when we begin to see and get a sense of the different feeling of what's demonic and what grace, the energy of grace feels like and the energy of the demons feel like. And the saints give us a strong phenomenology of that. St. Gregory of Sinai, for one, in the Philokalia, which I'll post in the Discord soon enough. I've got the quotes selected. But it's important that you guys just listen through it all and let it wash over you, those audiobooks. But that ground, so there's a few things there that we need. The ground of the education that can be drawn by the angels, apart from things they might actually say. We need to start taking away the modern ideas we have of our thoughts are just us. We're practicing in our morning practice and recognizing that as a true fact. Then the Lord, because we're opening this space, we're holding open this temporal spatial domain in the morning. We purified ourselves. He purifies us in that hour. And so in the day, we're watchful of our emotiveness. As Valentin Tomberg says, keep watchful. And you may notice who goes along with you. We're more noticing what we see up in this, in active imagination. People, just in the sky, you can sometimes certain signs can be granted that there's not this divide between subject to object as you would think. Like a transparency over normal vision, you can see. Sometimes things can be made evident there as you develop. But things said to you, how does the Lord communicate? In thought. It sounds like your thought, right? It's not in a different voice. It can be a different diction. Sometimes, as the saints describe, when he says something, it can come with intrinsic certainty, the power of the word, and all levels of your being are given strength, and it just carries this with greater certainty than eyewitness certainty. But at the same time, he can do something very intimately and subtly too. But until what happens is this morning practice is that you get samples, and then you read the phenomenology the saints say of what this communication and conscience is like. They connect conscience with divine communication as well. And Tomberg, of course, articulates that we can that conscience can be spoken to, like there was the feeling of the divine breath, a joy and peace as a reply, of spiritual touch behind the eyes. These things all first occur in the morning practice, praying the Jesus prayer. We get samples of them, we compare that to the saints, it becomes very clear what's what, and then when we ask a question, we receive the same things. You see, a voice says something, we don't just go, it's God! No. We ask and wait for this conscience reply, and also in the heart, you can sometimes have a phenomena in the heart, the truth of the heart, which is also called the fire of Emmaus. And then we use our truth criterion, our epistemic principle, in a holistic, wider way, outside those individual cases. But as St. Maximus says, you know, say the Lord said something to you, you want to really confirm it. Like I log all my stuff in a database and I put EP next to it, epistemic principle, so I'll check it again in a few months or a few weeks, right, to make sure. And then that truth criterion has, again, we've got to protect ourselves, constructive fruitfulness. Are we becoming more healthy in comparison to the saints? Are we in cohesion with the logic of the tradition, justified like St. Paul, not like Aristotle with the common spirit of the times or the common definitions of philosophy and the developing spirit of the times, but from the essence of things? That's who we compare ourselves to. That's what a saint is. A hesychast is the saint, because he's in contact with the essence of things through his hesychistic practice and prayer, through mercy. That's why. And those people should be our leaders. Christianity is a hierarchy of initiates. Moses, you know, it's those who are at Christ's right hand, apostles. That's why Paul speaks so boldly. It's not him, he's nothing, a useless servant. That's what we want. And that's how our future should unfold, one person at a time. And that's who should, and Christ then infuses into everything. That's what it could be if people took the time away from the spirit of the times, the time away from their goals that they've already developed in their psychological antipathies and sympathies they were just brought up in, even if they're in Christian families, even if they're in church every day. It's not a social teaching, it's an icon, right? You've got to go do the prayers and practices. You can't just do 15 minutes of prayer, it's not enough. The Lord said, can you not watch with me for an hour? You've got to pull apart this sacred time. Think what monastics do, they're out in the desert. Thank God the Lord takes mercy on us, is that we're still in the world, right? So he grants these great divine things to someone who gives that time though of an hour. Can you not watch with me for an hour? We just don't love him enough. We don't have faith that he'll provide for us enough. We have faith in our own intellect, that and my calculation for where I'm going to have a job, how much money's in my bank, that's going to keep me alive. And the truth is, we don't have faith in Christ. You know, even when he shows you divine things, it still takes a long time to convert over. You still have avarice, right? Me, like, it feels more comfortable to have $2,000 in a bank account, to have $4,000, whatever it is. And that's your God, you know, the capital. But we have to, he helps us overcome that. So in that, crucifixion is involved. You know, it's suffering, but the grandest joy and love and suffering, but the greatest life possible in that. Still looking at that McDonald's, maybe I'll get a frozen Coke or something. I was thinking about, where are we? And so you're getting a sense there. It's key. We have to surrender this idea that our thoughts are our own. It's only now, it was ridiculous modern psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral science, that they think it's just us. It's never been considered that way before modernity, and it isn't that way. I can tell you. As we become more essential, we become more objective as well, because we become less flawed, and so we're less delusional, aren't we? And that gives you access to objective imagination, objective thought. In fact, they've always been able to send you things, but you know, like I said, the angels because of how we are in modernity, they'll send it as, oh, why don't I do this? They don't say, hey, Scott, try this. Later they might. And when you get used to this idea, God will then say things. As you have to get close to him though. You have to have a loving relationship. He sees everything you do, but he doesn't know you. And that's why he says, if you're not like the virgins with the lit candles, the lit with the oil, right, who are rejected at the start, aren't they? Right? They keep their oil in the lamp for when he comes, which means they're there every day with their practice. Right? The master said he'd come. They're there every day with their practice. They become empty. And then when he knocks and they let him through they're let through the gate. But you've got to endure in calm equanimity with no expectations and make it a part of your life. And before long, like without lusting after ends, but yes, praying for the things that he promised. Definitely pray for the mercy and things he promised constantly. Pray for purification, illumination, union, pray for his divine love. And contemplation naturally comes out of divine love. So that's all you really have to pray for. But I'd certainly pray for his guidance and teaching. And that leads naturally to him eventually saying something, as long as you're getting used to this idea that what's sent to you isn't you. That's part of the preparation, right? It's part of what we're becoming. Okay, well I was going to go on that Macca's, but let me just see where we are. McDonald's. Yeah, I better get, let me just chuck you, hopefully the music doesn't take the stream out though, like sometimes they've got music playing in these. Just chuck you guys on here. I'm loving it. I mean, there will be music in here, won't there? So. Forget it. Let's go. I got a drink in my bag. It'll be right. I just want to keep my fluids up, And so what's the next one? Where are we going from there? Let's start talking about the soul transformation. And we'll sit down soon and we're going to do our reading from Steiner. And at the end of the day, we're reading St. Maximus, incredible, talking about the 6 days of creation, the meaning of what the Holy Jerusalem is, in terms of what it is in the soul, what the soul is. And that will tie in nicely with the soul transformations we're talking about now. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to blow my nose, so apologies. Yo. Gross. Okay. Alright, let me get my drink out of my bag. Over here. A moment, just a moment. Okay. Blessed are those who thirst after righteousness. These three Beatitudes, the pure, blessed are the pure in heart, and blessed are the merciful. These are three transformations of soul that occur. The three we just mentioned, the first three Beatitudes, are part of what we do, the transformation we participate in with Christ. But now we've talked about the sort of things related to that from the saints, right? With dispassion, moving on to eventually trying to discern, asking questions through intuition, and that can only come through the samples of experience we're granted in hesychastic prayer to know what an answer is, right? Because when something's said to you in thought, you need to confirm that's God, because it can be the devil. Because there are many people who go around the internet saying, oh, God talks to me. So it might match the tradition, right? You might go, okay, it sounds traditional, but the devil knows how to tell you something that's from the Gospels and sort of warp it slightly, right? So how's that? St. John of Climacus even talks about this, that this is a difficult problem, not yet overcome. St. Peter of Damascus actually has a part of our epistemic principle in what he's saying, watching the different things, not making a decision either way over time, but saying, I don't know, but seeing if it bears fruit over time. That's part of our epistemic principle, constructive fruitfulness, like the Master says. But we can add to that asking questions in advance, right? We can receive the impulses that Christ can only provide. The devil can't grant the particular kind of divine peace Christ grants, the eternal breath, or he can't move your heart. He can't, the devil can't do that. He can do spiritual touch, he can do gravity, he can do visual things, but he can't be in your heart. He can't move the heart and grant peace and joy. So you got to keep, it depends on the peace though. We're not talking about psychological peace, we're talking about, at its most essential, a movement, a cool breeze. You know, the Master breathes on them at the end. Peace be with you, he says, and he breathes on them. Where would that be? If you're sitting down next to them, breathe on them, it'd be on your face, wouldn't it? And you feel it behind your eyes. It's like a subtle movement or a coolness, but peace as well. Like you have to log the peace too. I mean, the devil can sort of fake a basic peace, so you've got to be aware of that. But this is what the rest of the truth criterion fills out with. This is why Peter of Damascus saying, right, constructive fruitfulness, saying to a certain degree, even when you've prayed on it 3 times, like St. Maximus says, even when you've asked the question 3 times on 3 separate days and made sure that it's not an issue that you're passionate on, checking with an experienced colleague or spiritual father, experienced colleague who can discern and know, who does hesychastic practices. That's very good because it gets outside of you completely, right? But we still need to do this ourselves. We have to do this ourselves, like the Master calls us to. And what does St. Mark say? St. Mark says, who does the Master, Master's never annoyed with you checking with things. Who's more devoted? The man who accepts everything that comes to his thought, or the man who checks it? So, you can use one part of an epistemic principle, right? What's one part? A key one is the idea that idealism has an internal consistency, a cohesiveness with revelation. It makes logical sense, but from the transcendent though, not from Aristotelian common experience that we usually deduce from. No, we deduce from what transcends that, what's essential, because it's granted by revelation. We said that in gospel, but we also, the hesychasts have direct access to this, and that's empirical theology, and what we should rely on most, and who we should listen to are the hesychasts, not academic theologians, empirical theologians, who see Christ and know him as a fact of experience. And so I'm not even sure we can get through here, but maybe we can. There you go. And so, say you think that, okay, so you're assessing your thought, any one part of a truth criterion can fail if it's on its own. This is why it's conscience, intuition, constructive fruitfulness, consilience of spiritual senses. It's why it includes a consilience across empirical experience and aligning with people of health that we know have the values of health because they are saints, they're part of the tradition. Because they're not just because it's traditional, because it aligns with revelation, because it aligns with the values of revelation. And so, What happens though, if you go, okay, I just compare this thought that's come to me, was this God? It does align with tradition. But if that's on its own, like I said, the devil can make things align with logically and still warp it, right? Can still warp it. That's why you need all this other stuff. Constructive fruitfulness. Does it make you more healthy? Does it make you more Christ-like? Are you more merciful? Are you more dispassionate? Are you more, rather than, are you more humble because of it? Less inflated over time, right? And so this absorbs errors and mistakes that happen, plugging it into this epistemic principle, this truth criterion. And so I'm articulating that. Maybe I can't get through this way. I think there's a path. Well, maybe I can. It does seem to join down there. Nine. I think this is like that soccer team. Hey, do you know if you can get through to the pathway through here? You can't, it's just blocked off? Okay, thanks man. Yeah, they must be that team. This is a football team, some sort of, you know what I mean, like a Western Sydney football team. I think it's a professional football team though. There's like a Western Sydney Wanderers that play at Parramatta or something. I don't know, I'm not. And that is one thing, is that sports codes, things like that, are paganism. It's paganism. It's a replacement value. It's a distraction. You know, these are reasonably well-meaning people, but it doesn't help anyone. The spirit of the times. It's not even genuine sort of Nietzschean will to power. It's like a simulated, like everything is, like a simulated will to power. Like what Trump is, right? It's a simulated Nietzscheanism. Like, I'm the best. But it's not real battle. It's not Athenians attacking each other. It's not life or death. But even so, that would still be juvenile. Like, it's still paganism, even in people getting killed. You can be making war with some country and killing people. It's serious, but it's completely juvenile. It's a lower form of development. Your impulses are completely as Steiner would say, at the developmental level of a 28-year-old and never progressing. Like, the master lives to 33. The aim is to become spiritually 33. Was it 33? I think it was 33. But yeah, that's the aim, right? There should be some footpath here. Maybe it's a bit further down. Maybe not. I don't think I can get through. I'll have to, like you said, I have to go all the way around. How annoying. I thank the master for the... I shouldn't, I'm not on any like flu medications or anything. I thank him for the bread from heaven and the energy to be, although I had some caffeine of course, that as a gentleman talked about, and as I mentioned, that in my discernments the Lord has no problem with caffeine at all. It's all the monastics of St. Paisios recommends coffee and hardly drinks it, so that is fine. Before I do my practices, I used to just have one, but I have like a double. It helps with, I'll just even have like a caffeine, so I don't have to drink anything, I just have a caffeine supplement. And that helps. because you go to sleep and you wake up at the same time in these practices. Things happen in sleep that are spiritual already. And see, we just think sleep is this material thing. This is the error of all our preparation and our education and modernity. It's all bullshit. Well, it's not all bullshit. It's true from one perspective. It's true from one perspective. But it needs to be properly a holistic alignment, understood from the true spirit. Because the Lord will have us use materiality. Not abandoning materiality, he incarnated, of course. He incarnated. This isn't an illusion. It is illusory. It is an illusion until it's revealed in the light of the Logos and then completely legitimated. And the truth of it is shown. And that is what's called nominal and phenomenal truth. That's what we're after. A nominal, like when Immanuel Kant, the philosopher, talks about the thing itself. It's about this thing that we know, that we never have full contact with our intellect. We only have an approximation of, if that, and can't be certain about anything, right? That's the sort of Kantian issue. But it turns out the thing itself is a person. It's Jesus. He goes through the objects to be ultimately him, is the thing itself. And so it's finding him first from within, but in ecstasy and ecstasy. Ecstasy means the ground of the soul, and then the essence of the exterior, of the object at the same time. That's this way, that's the Christian way. It was impossible before the Master incarnated. People, like early initiates, had half this, half part of that, half truths, half with initiation ceremonies, an ecstasy ceremony, but it always involved temporal priests. It always involved mortal forces of the mixed waters below the firmament. And the Master is the firmament and the waters above, right? He is also the door, remember? I am the door. I am the true vine. I am the firmament. And so what we're after, and so that was, yes, they learned certain things, but they were very much sons of the serpent there from the fall. They had the memory of the Logos. I think Tomberg says about Plato, they knew of the Logos. That doesn't mean they knew him. No one interacted with him, like at least in my discernments, and something I'm still working on. But of course, right? So you could say it has similarities to that it's a religion of the elites, but no, they only knew the memory of it, which means we all have the memory in our vital unconscious from since the fall. That's not living memory. And it's only when he incarnated that we had access to him as the living God and living memory. And now he is the initiator. He is the Master. There's no mortal initiator. Thank God, though, because he resurrected, everyone can have access directly to him, to be guided directly, if you go through this process. And what brings about that? The safety of the tradition. He set up his church for a reason. It holds open the sacred space. It would not be possible if the liturgy was not there. It holds open the space to make any other speculation possible that goes against the spirit of the times. That goes against the false gods. This is nice and peaceful, isn't it? There's no one here, we've got it to ourselves. Goes against the false gods. What do we got here? Is this still working? Uh-oh. Hello? Yeah, it looks like it's still working. Give you a bit of a view. I can be in frame for a while. Nice out there, isn't it? The mottled light. So, wow, so peaceful. Nice to get away from that. Look at that, eh? That's more a bit Australiana, dry plants. That's what most of the countryside looks like here, unless it has English influence. And so, soul transformation. Thirsting for righteousness, we mentioned earlier. Hunger and thirst. The more that you close off sensory impressions, the less that metabolism is fueling things, and you actually go internally instead. But your soul have desires, right? Yeah, like I said, psychological desires. And so the Master frees us from that sense of righteousness in temporality and grants us values from outside time instead of what we want here. So yeah, you want to be stilled of what you want here, but you might at the start have a bit of resistance to that, but I still want that. I want to have a wife. I want to have sex with stuff like that, right? Yeah, there's an appropriate place for that with a wife. But that's a key challenge, overcoming that, because you've got to have divine love first, and you actually will need agapic love for your wife anyway. But the Lord grants that. But in the Christian way of life, like any impulse from there is just rejected. You know, it's to be dispassionate about. And that's why Gregory of Palamas said that you can do this and not be a monastic, but it is more difficult to have a wife at the same time and have to actually deal with sex. He's saying that sobriety is easier than sobriety is easier than moderation, basically. But it can be done, especially if you're a hesychast and an initiate, right? I can tell you, he certainly purifies that. And this practice you're doing every morning of rejecting that every time you're again and again and again, those things are stilled. That being said, you're full of life in this it's virginal Zoe. It's not a bios energy. It's not a derivative forces from the below the firmament. It's the bread from heaven. The bread from heaven. Not a sinful, charged up will of the things you desire, mixed waters, corrupt. And so we have to have a transformation of souls. Like I said, we can divide the soul into a thinking, feeling, and willing soul. Thinking, a rational soul could be called, a head soul. A feeling, a sentient soul. And a willing soul, or a consciousness soul. Because the consciousness is more fundamental than mere intellect. And so it is, in a sense, tied up with the limb system and the metabolism, limb system, limb soul, out in the world. It's your will. Your will's out in the world, desiring things in the world. And actually, little by little, the will's unconscious to us, but we become more conscious of it. It turns into a sense. It becomes a transcendent self, right? We make contact with our true I. And he becomes a medium that Christ sends communications through. He becomes conscience, our older brother. We have access to conscience. We have no access to conscience normally. People say they have a conscience. We don't have a conscience. Like I said, it's prejudice. Our judgment is prejudice. But what does the intellectual soul does? It judges. We're constantly judging. But what faculty does it draw on to judge? Just human prejudices, right? We're totally unprepared for the task, going to sleep in confusion with these temptations and thoughts coming up saying, oh, why did I do that? Oh, this person did that and this person did that. Then we go talk it out with someone else. We go like gossip with someone saying, this person did this and I did the right thing. You got no idea, right? They use this heuristic, right? It's all the calculation in desperate need of the thing we've always been promised. That if we would just stop sinning, if we do our concentration and come to union with him, that he'll show us what to do, because he's the future. It's not a mere, firstly, he loves you. Secondly, he's your father, right? Thirdly, it's not merely to check out from the world like an Easterner. He wants you to do stuff here. He wants you to help others. It's not just for you. He wants you to serve him first, though. Really, all has to always come back to him. The forces come from him, the mercy comes from him. But this soul transformation, so it begins with, well, the very first stages, I could say, your wish. Start wishing it. Lord, pray for it. Lord, I want union with you. Teach me how. Like, let it be with me according to your word and will, Lord. That's part of a prayer rule that I have for the fellowship, one of them, and then many other things the saints recommend. But We wish it in part of our will first, and little by little he converts our unconscious valuation for things, right? So we start willing it, we start wanting it. We're still out in the world though, half our will, we have mixed gods still, right? But at least we're making a move towards this, and he begins to transform us in the depths of our being. Then what does he do? The sentient soul, which is probably the oldest part of the soul to develop, the feeling soul. It kind of is out there in the world, like we go further than our body. Your vital unconscious is out there. You are this openness space, this knowing space. It's participating in the object to a certain degree. I think Plato said something about the eyes raying out something. It's not just this absorbing thing, like that's a way of thinking about it. There's a mutual, reciprocal, interpretive, but touching, right? It's part of your being, the world that presents itself to your vision as well. It's a helpful way of thinking about it. But anyway, the point is, so the feeling soul generates your general well-being, your general sense of righteousness with what happens in the world and what your yearnings are. And the things stick out in the world as antipathies and sympathies based on that, right? And so, in the pagan world, the solution to that was to gain daikonozoon, I think it's called. Wisdom gains Sophia, which reforms the rational soul, and that in turn gives form to the willing soul and gives you prudence in the limbs. We're talking about the limbs, remember? And then reforms your sense of righteousness, and you have harmony with the world. But what's missing from this picture is what we've been talking about all day. The future. It's still of the past and the present. It's just harmonizing. It's not harmonizing with the spirit. It harmonizes the soul with the world, the individual with the world. It's kind of like Hegelian, sort of. Given form by the world, harmonizing with the world, or resisting it. The Luciferic psychological body is that, right? It's like impulses that have us, that wish us to combat the cosmos as it is. Will zur Macht. Although Luciferic then becoming will zur Macht. Or fleeing. The Buddhist way is to flee this too. And so, right, which is understandable. It was the only thing they could do at the time where they were. This world is sick. The treatment is to terminus, right? To sacrifice the empirical self and its desires completely. It's an illusion, and get some harmony that way. But of course, we don't do that. That's not needed. Our harmony comes from a transformation of agape, divine love. It's not an emptiness, it's a fullness. We empty of the world and we get the third thing, divine will, feeling and thought, which are not the same as psychological feeling and thought and psychological force, their emanation. The pagans, their spirit is psychological force, temporal push, impulse, derivative waters below the firmament. Thank God. Thank God. Love. New ground from which to spring. Thank God. And so this transformation, the first transformation begins reading the Gospels, reading the saints. They inspire and Christ begins to transform your valuation for things to the divine valuation, little by little, ongoing process your whole life, but enough to begin to experience spiritual things. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. And so, beginning in your concentration without effort practice, of course, but noticing throughout the day, because you've done your morning purification, so you're a bit closer. What did the Master say? Blessed are those who are pure in heart, they will see God. You do a bit of that in the morning, you are opening up the possibility for He who goes His way with you and His angeloi during the day and His saints during the day. And you'll notice them emotively in the heart in an ever differentiating and deepening, which will deepen your whole life, as St. Simeon, the new theologian, says. Thank God. Just as you begin to get used to experiencing these completely divine things that would freak out any modern if it happened to them all at once, you get used to these things. Grace in the breath, And as St. Simeon says, the Lord keeps leading you to deeper and deeper things. If you're patient, if you love disciples who love him, it's about this divine love up front, agape. Pray for him to give it to you though, not just simply, I philo you, Lord, like St. Peter says, right? It's the Master saying, do you agape me? Do you love me? You know that I philo you, Lord, not as a brother. Do you, like we can only receive this from Christ. Both though, really, of course. It begins brotherly love, fatherly love, and it extends a bit from there, but we actually must ask him for it. Like the moment I started praying for this directly, big things happen. When I said, Master, Master, my Master, I can do nothing without you. Lord, grant me not charity, but divine love for you. Grant me love for you, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Grant me divine love for the mother, not mere psychological love. Master, grant me divine love of you, though. Ask him to grant you love of him as well. We need it. Like, Christian life might often be postulated or as, I'll go work in a charity kitchen and be good to my neighbor, right? It's like church's social teaching stuff. Like I said, it's an icon. It's got to be an icon. And that's what Orthodoxy is so good at. It's, no, this is a place of divine healing. It's not a normal place of healing. It's not a mere hospital. It's a divine. It's turning you into a supernatural being. It's theosis. That's the purpose of the church. Not a social teaching, not a charity. You can do that, I suppose, but it's really a distraction. We need to be listening to the hesychasts. That's what it's all about. And it's through Christ that through us, Christ flows and floods into temporality. That transforms the world. That transforms the world. And I think there's great confusion, huge confusion in the biggest organized churches. Incredible confusion with this. It's so tied up with modernity and modern psychiatry, the way people write their books. I've examined quite a few books recently. And Orthodoxy, really, the hesychasts are the best at it, I would say, at keeping it away from that academic theology and saying, no, empirical theology. Hesychistic theology from people that know Christ as a fact of experience. That's what we need. And it's available to everyone if they take the time out. It's available because he'll provide for us. And he has a little plan. He has a plan for every one of us. If we can just put the time aside, he'll provide. If we can overcome the false gods, beginning with just the practices, right? Lead us up very slowly to make these transformations of soul that are required, beginning with this feeling soul. Beginning with this feeling soul. Thank God. It's possible. You'll find yourself saying that. Thank God this is true. I used to be a Spurg mind, all the scientific method books. Philosophy. Yeah, these things have their place and they're important, but they must be led by initiation. They must be led by the greater divine knowledge. What was I going to say? I've forgotten. All right, where are we? I thought it would be about this long. Let's check where we are. Okay, we're almost at the zoo place. I think. Yeah, I guess we'll go. The dirt path looked more inviting, but I'll go this way. Yeah, there's no map of anything. And maybe if I had satellite, hang on, let me put satellite on. Sorry, it's a bit boring. Just give me a minute. It's not loading. We might not have signal out here. Let's get moving then. don't know. It's all right, we'll just go this way. It's all good. Too hard to work out in the moment. What I will do though, something to check on. Oh wait. Oh no, that dirt path was going to lead where we want to go. Let's go back. That's fine. Perfect. Better view too. Let me just check as well that everything's still coming through to you, friends. Seems to be, I think. Hope. Offline. Tap to retry. Okay, I just lost Wi-Fi. So look, I'm sure it's still working. I thought we'd just check though. I don't know why the Wi-Fi would disconnect though. So this is a bit boring. Let me just confirm everything's still working and I'll be laughing. Okay. And we'll talk about the transformation of soul, and we're about to do our reading as well. Come on. Okay, we're working. Good. Excellent. Yeah, Criticism says Tomberg's comment about Plato's end-of-life realization is intriguing. Yeah, but it's not, I think he's very careful about his wording use. It's not the same thing necessarily as what Aquinas experienced, unless Aquinas didn't experience the mystic, because in my discernments, there's an issue there, because before the incarnation, you don't have access to the Logos. And so, this is early speculation, right? You know, a period of silence is probably required, but I've been working on it for quite a while. Is that one is living memory and one's memory. And Tomberg's very selective. He says they knew of him. To know of something doesn't know that you don't know them. You have not a relationship with them. You just know the memory of it. And when Steiner talks about initiation, and the initiation, you know, Zarathustra and these other religions, they experience sort of imagination vision of things connected with the sun. And so they see the spiritual as a kind of hangover memory, right? Because it's passing down into imagination and inspiration from the more essential intuition or spiritual touch in the heart. But they're cut off since the fall, right? And the Master incarnating changed everything. We now have access directly to him as the initiator since he ascended. There was no access before. And so where did the pagans get their wisdom? Well, you know what it says above and below, the Hermeticists, right? Where did they get their, who was communicating with them? Well, we get a bit of clue from this when we notice the difference between the revelation of, and I think Tomberg articulates it this way, because he wants to help pagans come in and acknowledge Christ as their master, because he is. And so he says, look, your elites are basically, they had the same thing. You know, they knew of the Logos, but he keeps his language careful because they didn't know him. They knew of him because of memory, but they never penetrated into emanation. They weren't granted emanation. It's like the memory of old spiritual impulses from before the fall. That's what paganism was. It's a luciferic spiritual beginning that dies and turns into a satanic crystallization. That's the whole flow of time from the ancient past to now. It's Christ that hits the middle of time and resurrects everything from outside. Producing, whereas the revelation that's granted in Genesis is revelatory, and all sorts of incredible revelations unfold from it. It's a living tradition, a living memory. It's a sent revelation in itself. Whereas the Hermeticists are postulating, they're trying to teach you and convince you. So you see, they're deducing from an old memory, from the vital body, the vital unconscious. So their initiates had access to this old memory of the leftovers that humanity and the old Adam had access to, the wandering spirit had access to. And so Plato's revelation comes from Sophia in that sense. So the things that, mercies that might have been granted to them were granted by Sophia. Naturally, that makes sense. And who is, of course, eventually is made Mary Sophia, virginal nature, the Holy Soul. But only a certain amount was able to be, gleaned. And what was that missing part? That's what we're talking about now, the future. So when we look at Plato's justice, it's missing something. It's only harmonizing you with the world, soul with the world. Well, thought, wisdom, but it's only Sophia. It's only intellect, right? Yes, that is a form of spirit, but it's not, like, it's a lower form. When Christ comes, we have access to a reformed will, thinking, and thought, divine will, thinking, and thought, which is the future of all three, and filled with the luster, you could call lust as a bit of, not filled with the living force of God. And what does that do? We're abstracted in modernity. Our thought has no feeling and will with it. But even if it did, it would still be pagan, right? If we went back in time, it'd be like a Luciferic charged up thought. But when we turn to angelic, turn to Christ, he can fill us with a warm thought, feeling and will. Primordial concepts, that's what concepts are supposed to be. They're like the commandments are charged revelations filled with essential, vital, forces, the forces of freedom, the forces of peace, the forces of vital body, psychological body, and all the way up to the physical body. That's the Master's word, and it comes with the commandments. Exousiai means power. The powers, the power, and the angelic hierarchies of power. The Master speaks, and it can come with that force and invigorate you with the bread of heaven. Now, what is that also? When Plato talks about justice, it's about dianoia, doxa, and episteme. As far as you can get is this Sophia wisdom, this episteme. It's a holistic knowledge that can come as a kind of intuition. It's not the same one we talk about from Christ. But it's like you struggle with something and you get sent a wisdom from Sophia. You get sent a deeper level of gnosis, but it's not from mysticism. It's not grounded in mysticism. It's not grounded at the true roots of the tree. It doesn't penetrate all the way to emanation. For the pagans, they didn't have access to that. They still had access to a kind of spirit, but it was a slow dying spirit. We saw that ended in Phariseeism. Now we have access to the living God directly, thank God. Thank God. And through crucifixion, through bloodletting of this Luciferic beginning, and now a satanic coming end, we have a new beginning in him. It's the future though. How do we understand this in a Platonic sense? Like I said, prudence, wisdom. He's trying to reform the limbs, the head and the heart. Sophia in the head, wisdom. Well, we're putting Christ in the head. Christ gives us his head. Christ gives us his limbs. Christ gives us his heart. A feeling soul, thinking soul, willing soul, but from outside time. It's futural. What does that mean in a sense of justice? Like I said, doxa, dianoia, investigative evidence, trying to work out what a judgment. It only considers someone's past and present, what they've only become, and they make a judgment based on that. What comes with Christ? Mercy. It considers what that person can become. But doesn't that just lead to toxic empathy? Yes. When you're living in psychological Right? Isn't that what's happening now? People are being let out of prison. They'll reform, and they go and murder someone else. Toxic empathy, right? Yes, if you're judging things as trying to use the church as a technical system and social teaching. No, you can only have mercy. You can only be an authentic judge if you have a living relationship with the living God as a fact of experience, where you can ask him. That's why we're talking about this transformation. You must begin to ask questions. This is why the hesychasts continuously say, we should not judge anything. We can't judge anything. We don't know the future. We automatically judge naturally, but thank God, the conversion of the feeling soul leads us to tend to judge better, closer to what Christ would, but we still don't know the future. The point of this, when it's done properly though, is that little by little, you enter parallel communication with the Master, asking him questions. Eventually it becomes closer and closer and closer union across your whole life. But to begin with, like for a long time, it's parallel, right? And so the point is, there is no way. That's why toxic empathy exists. Mercy and understanding someone's becoming can only come through this new faculty of conscience. It didn't exist before Christ. It was just prejudice. Steiner even says that. And so that's what we're activating. That's what the saints dwell in. Divine will. It's the most important thing. Divine thinking, feeling and willing, divine will, to be able to eventually, by purifying ourselves, by doing our part, to know it. And to ask questions. And what you'll find is before you even write a tweet, before you say anything, you're asking Christ. And so many times, millions of things you thought were good. No. And he just tells you not to do. Right? And tells you like how to reform something you're writing, because it's just full of criticism that you would think is normally valid and should be said, but no. You know, and that's the beauty of it. He teaches you in this way, thank God. Because you'd never know otherwise. You'd think you were a perfectly well-acting Christian, and Christ just doesn't want you to do certain things. It's not good for you or them. And you know, the reasons for that unfold over time. But this is what the prophet said. This is what Peter of Damascus says, right? The prophet says, slap me, hit me with this axe. And the man says, no, you're a prophet, I won't hit you. And a lion eats him. Divine will knows better than you, right? The master says to Peter, wash my feet. That's a horrible thing. So let me wash your feet for a king to have to do to wash my feet, right? It's counterintuitive. It's not wisdom of the world. Providence knows better than you. It will go against what you think is right and wrong. Sometimes, right? That's why we need the living God with us, not merely the law of the J's. That's the difference. We have the tradition there, but it's an icon, and it's there for our safety. But at the same time, as you'll see, great saints have disagreements with people in the hierarchy, right? That's why we look to the hesychasts, because the hesychasts have that relationship with Christ. It's remembrance and providence. Providence, because the Christ is renewing and unfolding his tradition. If we ignore that and it's only remembrance, then well, it can't have this essential progress, not surface progress, not reacting to the spirit of the times, but invigorating and unfolding the flower of remembrance of tradition according to Christ's future. That's what we're in desperate need of. And what some people might miss being like an ortho bro, right? They might kind of deaden their living heart because they're not finding him as a fact of experience, but they're meeting all the traditional procedures, which is what St. Seraphim Rose, or Father Seraphim Rose, warned about. He said, this is the Antichrist in Orthodoxy. He said, don't just be worried about the religion of the future, which is equally important, but worry about the dying heart in Orthodoxy and turning it into a museum of procedures without the living heart of the Master of Providence, of the future, to invigorate remembrance with new Orthodoxy. But it unfolds out of tradition, right? It's like a forward movement from Christ's impulses, not responding to the spirit of the times, but fixing them, right? But pushing them back. Like, you know what I mean? I'm making this point of this whole discussion that it's from a ground outside of time. It's not a progress at all. Like it's not traditionalism either necessarily, right? It's providence and remembrance. It's what tradition really is. It's honouring the Father and the Mother because He's a living God. We have to do what He says. It's good for us. It might not be what we think it is based on our mortal knowing, even when it's academic theology, right? And so, okay, where was I going with that? So, a true judgment can only happen when you have been granted Christ's divine love, granted connection with Him, able to ask Him questions. There's no other way. And slowly, that actually makes you able, for that understanding to be quicker for you. But you'll always ask Him, but He'll be closer and closer with you within your experience to ask intimately, because He knows the future. And so that's what we're called on to know and be. We're called on to make our judgments from Christ, to ask Him, to have intuitions from Him, not making our own intellectual judgments. We do get a bit better at that. We still use our faculties. Christ wants us to use all our talents. He'll put them to good use, but He's going to guide them. But He wants our participation, our ideas and whatnot. But He'll also help with ideas, and when you're really struggling, He'll send you something, right? The perfect wording. You know that video I've got? Hope springs eternal. It's not my writing. I was going to call it something like, the future's crushing us, or something like that, right? Some fear-mongering. And I was like, what do I call this, Lord? And it just came to, and the words said to me. And I would never have thought of that. And people were saying, oh, that's like Yeats. I've never read Yeats, right? So, hope springs eternal. Incredible, beautiful. It's not me, I didn't write it. That being said, you participate. I read lots of poetry as well, but not that line. That was definitely a mercy, But He does want our participation at the same time. So it's not mere, you're not a receptacle for revelation only, right? He does want you to put effort in for what you already know and to use your talents because He loves you. You're not His mere extension. You're a free being He created to love and has only ever wanted the best for you. And so that will be with a purpose here, like I said. Not far now. I think we're close to the zoo, to the right over here. And we'll sit down, we'll maybe buy a nice enclosure with some koalas since they're on the front page, and read our book. And maybe have something to eat as well. I'm a bit hungry, I've been walking for a while. And so, yeah, I think that's pretty well explained. Plato's judgment was about getting to episteme. It was an intuition of a judgment based on past and present, which is also connected with the idea of destiny and necessity of the push of the past. So we can extend the idea of mercy into providence. That just like it works in justice, where you keep someone's becoming in mind, and the only way you can keep someone's what they could become in mind, which was new in Christianity, was actually to be able to consult Christ as the living God, because you don't have access to that. You'd be projecting if you're trying to figure out, which is what leads to toxic empathy. You go, but He'll reform Himself. You don't know that. Christ does, though. He has a sense that it is possible, and then grants mercies, right? But we only have that with a divine relationship, with divine faculties restored since the fall, which we've been after this whole time. That's what intuition's part of. We need access to the divine things that we lost since the fall, and it's what He's always wanted us to return to. It's easier said than done. There's so much deprogramming that needs to occur with people. But we've gone through a lot of the key issues today. And so, future, the same thing applies in justice as also applies in your life. Is that you've lived with this past and present. You're judging all the time. You're not in a court case, but you're working with this calculative mode. We're running on the end of that leash now. Combinatorial explosiveness, AI, social media, flooded with information. What's true? Doxa, dianoia, and episteme aren't enough to harmonize with the world. Thank God, though, there has always been since the incarnation came. Now we can truly recognize how we were incapable of dealing with the task. Now these cybernetic structures of AI, serpentine spider-like thing webbing across the whole world, that the thing that can overcome it all is our Lord Jesus Christ, is the future who's there. And he can co-opt anything, of course, if we turn to him and become Christ reliant. We have to develop it. We have to have courage, patience, time. It's not like using AI. It's a loving relationship, and it's about your development and bowing to him because he wants to help you and loves you, right? So it's really a different mode than Western Vielsamkeit, right? It's divine. And you get there, little by little, by praying for divine love, by praying for him to grant you love of him, do you get there. And so your judgment then, your rational soul, well, more and more it becomes transformed into a Christ thinking, Christ feeling, Christ willing. And eventually that enters consciousness too, right? So little faculties come online, emotive faculties, the divine sense of divine love, spiritual love, not psychological love, open up. And let me just check where we are. How do I get into this zoo? Yeah. It's like there is no entrance, you have to go to the other side, looks like. That's okay. I guess I'll just walk around. Don't know how we get over the Great Western Highway, but have a look. Oh wait, there seems like there's a road there. Oh, no, there isn't. There's like a little park, but maybe. No, there's a fence there. I think I have to go around. Yeah, I have to go around. It's all good. Let's keep going. We're on to the crux of the thing, the crux, the cross of the thing, right? We're on to the cross of the thing. Incredible. And so it turns out we can stand on a ground that isn't our past, that isn't our character, that isn't our heredity, that isn't our astrology, that isn't our determinism, that isn't the thing that happened yesterday, that isn't the resentment that happened yesterday. That can all be cleared. That ground can be cleared. And there's this person that knows us better that wants more for us than our parents ever have, that wants more for us has more trust in us than we do, that believes in us more than we do, that knows all the conditions, right? How much do you want someone who just knew the details? Because there's things you've done, right? You go, well, the details, I don't have all the details, they're not going to make a good judgment. Christ knows all of it. And he loves you unconditionally. Right? And just waits for you to freely come home to him. And of course it requires careful doing the practices, and all this stuff is required. But you can be guided directly with these faculties coming back online. And so what's the next one then? So we begin to realize we can have this transformation of soul that begins to occur. Feeling soul, thinking soul, willing soul. Eventually, what does that lead to? Blessed are those who are pure of heart. They will see God. You're made pure. He purifies you in the concentration without effort practice over time in these different parts of your being. He joins your rational thinking soul, he joins your feeling soul, transforms your valuation for things, makes you less psychologically loved, makes you less psychological hates, heals your resentments. The temptations still come, right? The devils always use the images of experience even once they've been forgiven. They'll try to trick you into worrying about them again. They call it the Akasha Chronicle, the lower chronicle. All that means is the memory of the world. All your memories are remembered, right? It's like a trash can. That's what the lower hierarchies take from to accuse you. And then the angels help you with what's essential, right? In the court case. And that's the battle in the middle, in destiny. And then there's the book of life. And Christ, if you ask for his mercy, crosses out those things from that battle, thank God. We just have to ask and just genuinely repent every morning. You know, yes, I sinned, but never with this idea that I'll just repent for it later, but I'll sin now. Like you do want to like keep that in the back of your mind, like I must not do that. But he will forgive, he loves you. But you have to genuinely repent. It's very simple, you just do it. Confess every sin, generally every morning. Examine your conscience, right? It's a good life. Christ will slowly transform you to what you want to watch, what to do, and he gives you the divine impulses so you can have a taste of what the true life's about. Because you can be free, right? Because he will provide for you as well. If you can overcome, though, you will have to overcome vanities and, I like this suit, or things like that, right? It's like but he will provide for you, and that's true freedom. That if I ask Christ and I begin to consult him on all my decisions pretty much, being very patient when asking though, because you can't rush him, right? He responds when he wants to, within a given period of time, because he has mercy on you. But he's not a faculty. You've got to learn that. You just have to learn that. And so, what does that mean though? You're free. You're free. You know, you'll have to do things, but Christ knows he'll take you to the things that you can bear that are right for you. And because you love him and he loves you, when you go and have to do the task, you don't mind, because you know you're on the road to your providential purpose. You have to do some remedial task. You're not enslaved to the economy, because he'll make sure your base things are provided for. He'll lead you to go do this or that. But you know it's going to work out. He says, don't be afraid. And it's true. You have to be comfortable with what you've got in each day. It's hard to overcome that fear. But he keeps his promises, right? We have to bear these other supernatural modes of life that other people don't exist that way. They prepare for a retirement fund. They worship false gods. That's understandable. It's understandable. All these different things are false gods. But thank God, Christ shows you in these little ways. Look, I know what's going on in the world. Like he shows you that I rule this. Hints to you, right? There's a reason why he says, don't tell other people these miracles, certain miracles, right? Because they need to come to him freely in love. If the miracles are just everywhere, which is what will happen a lot with the Antichrist, it's forcing you. It's forcing you out of fear. He wants you to come in love, and then he'll show you internally, hint in ways that are, like he'll show you he's the master of the object too, but in ways that other people won't notice. But it proves it to you because it's internal and external experience at the same time. But I'm just saying, he grants impulses, comforts, supportive things, because you're praying for his mercy. We need his mercy. And so that's what we're mapping there, is that you purify your heart, you ask for divine love, you do these 3 Beatitudes, and you get the 6th Beatitude. Blessed are the pure in heart, and then you see God. He shows himself to you. So it's not a matter of just some postulated faith said by someone in the wilderness, right? It's someone who knows God, and we desperately need, when we go across the gate of death, your death is coming. Christ says, be afraid of this. And if you're afraid of this, and if you can think about this, it'll be something you eventually love to be in, because it impels and motivates you correctly and actually makes you see Christ more in general. But it helps you seek solitude to find him. But it's the most rewarding thing, that you're never alone as the essentialist, and he comes with you. It's more rewarding than any, I remember I used to go on holidays and I was saying, geez, these holidays kind of suck when you're doing it alone, right? Like if it's not shared, it didn't happen. That's bullshit though. Christ knows everything of essential loving value, and there's nothing, especially when he shows himself as a fact of experience, when he's there with you and reveals little miracles to you on little walking vacations when you're asking for learning and teaching. That's walking with God. There's nothing better than that. Nothing better than that. Plenty of things happen on these streams that of course I can, it's for interior experience and matched with exterior, but to talk about, like, you have to go through the process yourself. Shit, I don't know how we get to this zoo. Might have to cross the road. I need to get a drink anyway from the servo. Hang on a moment. And so, wow, it's been a big walk. That's where we ended up, in the Beatitudes. Of course, crucifixion and the miracles slide nicely into the Beatitudes as their culmination and what everything's leading towards. But we've basically mapped what happens. And what happens, Christ has transformed the macrocosm with his blood and water that spewed out from him. That happens to you when he lets your blood, when he purifies your blood. Because your individual worlding and this collective human logos that we have needs to still be reformed. So we can see the nominal truth, the thing itself, which is Christ, right? The blood that comes out of him is the supernatural truth aligned with the phenomenal truth. By being crucified by Christ, through Christ, blood flows out into the worlding of how the world is for us, and we begin to see this comprehensive vision of Christ by using the discernment and the epistemic principle, everything we've been talking about today. Nominal and phenomenal truth align, but we have to constantly be made pure in heart and be bloodlet in the concentration without effort practice in the morning, through repenting, through the concentration, through the mercy of the Lord, through contrition in that practice eventually, spiritual touch behind the eyes, the breath behind the eyes, ecstasy and ecstasy, whether in the body or without it, as St. Paul says. I mean, these things are eventually all led to, but it's essentially what they call the prayer of the heart eventually. And I've experienced that, what the hesychasts talk of. I know what that is. And what it leads to is this nominal and phenomenal truth aligning. Because it happened in the macrocosm already, but it needs to happen for every individual. Then your worlding changes. And that you could, like I said, you think, oh, hang on, intuition. Someone, like the bird is doing something. Of course, because you're close to the master. There might be some occasional coincidences with nature and wind or what, when you're not that close with the master. But when you are, he will move the things of the world. Especially, like I said, animals, miracles, to show you little things like this. An internal experience and the other spiritual faculties conciliate with that. They happen at the same time to give reinforcement, inner certainty. He'll say things at the same time. As a bird, like this morning I walked up, a massive cockatoo flew towards me and mounted itself, and after a very deep spiritual prayer, mounted itself right in front of me, screeched, looked at me and plumed its head plume. And internally, I'll just say, the Lord said, I love you, Scott. And of course I confirmed that. That's an intimate, after a long day's, week's work, being ill. But that happens a lot. None of that ever happened to me before this, right? And of course confirmed with the checking of conscience after. I'm always asking, was that you, Lord? Also did come with certainty. Not always is it. It can be just something said in mind, but just as an example. There you go. And that stuff happens eventually over time. But you just be patient, and these things unfold. But I've tried to articulate today how they unfold and the sort of things you need to do and the kind of courage and care you need to have on the process. And like I said, you can go to scottmannion.com/fellowship, and this is what we do. I can guide people on what to do, alongside the depth aspect of the church, which of course my recommendation usually, I am obviously an esotericist, but at the same time orthodox. I get a little sandwich here. Chicken, southern chicken, sweet chili tuna. Let's grab that, I think. Sweet chili. Oh, I might get chicken Caesar. Okay. Let's get that in a drink. You're laughing. I mean, those are usually things that I wouldn't, stuff like that happens all the time. But I just thought I would share it then, because it relates to this. Like I said, you're checking if he is, was that you with the bird, was that you with this? And then you get discernment and breath of peace and these other things that the saints describe in your internal experience to confirm it. So it's not a mere, right? And then you're plugging that into the general truth criterion. Is that constructively fruitful over time? Does it align with the tradition? Is it cohesive with transcendent principle, with revelation? That should be enough, I think. I'll just get 2 of those. I'll just grab one in the fridge when I go back. Thanks, man. So.
Is that recording or?
Yeah, it's live. Sorry.
Thanks, man.
All right. There's no bin out here. Oh yeah, there is. Off we go with our Lord. And so that maps the transformation of soul in the Beatitudes. That's required. And we're left with, if we crack this drink and we go to our little zoo here, if it's still open, should be. Have a look at some Australiana, some koalas, and that's better. Yeah, try talking for 5 hours and see. Obviously, I'm conditioned for it now, but just see that it takes certainly takes a. I couldn't do it without help from the Lord, that's for sure. Lots of muscles and things working, the diaphragm. And so, that essential ground, outside time, transformation of soul, divine faculties restored, communication restored. But what we're on to is that subject of the blood and water that comes out of Christ, is this salt and light of the earth, salt of the earth, blood. That blood, from being crucified, you're crucified to everything of the world. You go through his crucifixion in a, of course, minor way compared to him, but he's been there. He bloodlets you, and thank God it makes you dispassionate from things. It takes a fallen part of your life force away and replaces it with divine bread. Like they say, energy can be neither taken, destroyed nor created. Untrue. The miracle is a removal of fallen things and an ingression in the spiral rather than the closed circle, as Tom Berg well articulates. And so this is what happens. That has meaning for our lives over time as we continue our practice. As grace enters our breath, forces are granted in that way and also taken away. The scythe of death, right? Christ is the master of life and death. He came to transform the world, not to liberate the good like some avatar. No, he brings the new value from outside time, the cosmos of agape, cosmos of love. And so what that does is remove the illusion. Because yes, he's fixed the illusion in the macrocosm. That's why he's the master. That's why he's available to initiate anyone. If they seek him, which the traditional churches best allow us to do. And so it still has to happen with your individual worlding though. We make up a kind of collective human knowing that sort of covers over the macrocosm as well. So the phenomenal world we collectively share is not true, it's an illusion. But if we go to this essential Christ, he bloodlets us of our Luciferian psychological body, our psychological unconscious, our psychological antipathies and sympathies. He transforms our soul. And what are we doing? We're doing our concentration without effort practice. We're doing our forgiveness. We're doing the Christian life. But mainly it's that concentration without effort practice. We are following the commandments. We are stopping our sin. And through that, then he begins bloodletting us in washing our feet, bloodletting us. We have to stop worshipping false gods. Bloodlets us in that concentration practice. And our blood his blood flows into us. And then the world of our microcosm changes. And so we begin to see him. We become pure of heart. We begin to see him acting in the world. And then we confirm it through our epistemic principle. And this awakening of the ground of meaning, the ground of being, opens up for us as an individual because the birds suddenly are responding to us, right? It could be a coincidence. Sometimes it is when you go and ask. But over time, what Tom Berg calls a comprehensive vision develops. The Christian Hermetic vision, he calls it. We don't only go through a mysticism, we also know what's going on. Because we ask. We knock, ask, seek, and find. And this was the very difficult mystery that unfolds our whole life. We have to be careful and courageous doing it. It's not a simple thing. And we have to help our brothers, be our brother's keeper. That's what I'm here today. You know, I was wrapped up in the will to power. Like, I just wanted to make art originally. Have people watch it, have them pay for it, be separated from them. But it's, no, the living experience is what we need. And to help our brother is really what matters. But really up front, doing Christ's will. People make a lot of course helping our neighbor, and that's what Christ tells us to do. But we have to love him. We have to have this divine love granted to us first though, really. Because it's just as the psychological human, these things are supernatural. But thank God, if you just appeal to him, he begins to give it to you, right? If you take the time and put it aside and stop worshipping modernity, stop worshipping your own intellect to provide for you and your own goals. Follow the way. This is the way. Get to the point where you can refer to him, but you have to sort of morally show him that you love him. You have to sort of earn it, but it's not like an exchequer. He doesn't have to do it. He does it because he loves you. It's always a mercy. So your actions are moral actions. They're not technical procedures that bring about an outcome. All your actions are moral actions. So, practical things you do to help, but you know, the silence is brought about by Christ. It's grace, your effort in preparation. He takes account of all this. He's always watching. And so you become to know each other. But remember, he is the divine being, so it's not as simple as a father-son relationship. But it does carry a lot of analogies with that. It's the most profound thing, I tell you. It's and so please, I would say that most key thing is that concentration without effort in prayer practice. Go to the Substack. There's a Substack that has the categories of lectures. Go to the practical lectures, the practices of Christian mysticism. Follow. It starts, I think, 10:09 or something. Concentration without effort, and then tips with concentration without effort, and follow what's directed there. And the people, everyone I said who I'd send along a prayer rule to, obviously once we stream, I've got a pilgrimage tomorrow and worship tomorrow, and then so I'll be able to send you some stuff on Monday. It was a busy time. We're out today on the walking and all the prep that's required here for this. But I'm looking forward to sitting down and doing a reading. I'm a bit, my back, I've been walking for a while now, so let's look for this entrance to this, if we can even still visit it this time. Let's find this entrance to this zoo. Should be just up here, right? And while we're doing that, entrance, okay? Unless it's closed now. While we're doing that, I'm going to check the chats. So if you want to send anything through, feel free. I'll have a bit of a read as we walk up. 2:33. That's not a bad run. 2 hours and a half talking. Okay. All right. John Stubble says it's the Father's great pleasure to reveal his perfect will to us, but we must go to him in humility first, freely, and seek his wisdom. That's what transformation and intercession, when transformation and intercession occurs indeed. Thank you, John. Your contributions are always great. Wisdom can only be revealed by the mercy of God. Hence, so important to purify our thoughts. Absolutely. Seeking through mercy, doing, he still wants us to use our talents and intellect, of course. But that's what people make the mistake. They try to brute force with divination, brute force with Kabbalah. If you sought him, and they're breaking into lower levels, they're not experiencing emanation. The master doesn't like that. You're looking through the cracks of the door of contemplation. It's not contemplation. Contemplation's granted by divine love. That's what the hesychasts were all involved with. You can stumble around with symbolism. It's important as a preparation. Pajot, all these great helpers of us. Pajot was really helpful to a lot of Christians who came into the Christian life. It's only a preparation. Mysticism, though, you ask the Lord over days, patiently. He'll reveal a word here and there. Through intuition, you're asking yes or no questions. He sends ideas to you. And then over days and weeks, he'll send a deeper gnosis around a whole subject to you from mysticism, right? He sends these divine impulses that unfold into a deeper divine knowing. You don't mess around with, you don't need Kabbalah. He sends these insights if you ask. But you need to do the concentration without effort in prayer. In this whole mystic practice life, right? It requires dedication and a proper personal relationship. And I guess some people aren't willing to do that. They want to brute force with the divination. But they're not even getting the whole answer that way. They do get something, they do penetrate deeper, but it's like Crowleyan. It's Crowleyan, even though they're dealing with the Bible. All right, here we are. Let's see if this is still open. Oh, no way. $70, getting wrecked. Like, where are we? This is Western Sydney. Like, Taronga Zoo, I think, is like $40. $70? What are you kidding me? Just saw the prices. We're not going in. We're going somewhere else. Let's go to the Prospect Park. It's down here somewhere. Incredible. I can't believe it. Yeah, no thanks. All good. No, thank you. Now, what were we saying? We'll find a table to sit down somewhere up here. It'd be good. I guess that's what happens when a lot of investment comes into an area. Try a more inflated price to begin with. There's lots of government subsidies in this country. Those sort of poverty areas. Excuse me, that's gross, but you know, when you got to do it. You got to do it when you got to do it. All right, give me a table somewhere here, please. You can tell where you are when the environment becomes very American. You can see these wide roads. It becomes like a California. You can only drive. I mean, at least we've got some footpaths here. America, you'll have these sort of wide open places. It's not even a footpath. And you just have to drive everywhere. But you see there's no tables, no chairs. Australia's a bit of a mix. As you go into the city, it's more European. More, you know, it's way more footpaths around, way more local government looking after footpaths. But then you get these very American areas where it's just strip malls and no parks, no, like, you know, yeah, they do have footpaths, but it's very wide open. It's all car stuff. Can't do anything without a car, sort of. America's very much like that, but heartless and much of it. And kind of with a car, you do kind of have a bit of a satanic, it really does create a kind of false freedom, false extension of the will, it deludes you a bit. In many ways, Europe's good with train travel, it keeps it more real, I think. Limited to a certain range. At least it's like limiting social media. It's limiting so you don't become delusional. Abstracted. But people like, let's go touch grass. Let's go to nature. Touch grass. Go to the community. Let's go be medieval. Let's go be what do they call it? Feudalism. New feudalism. There's no, you see, we can't go back to the Luciferic past. There's no escaping alienation. The only way is to go through. And how do you go through? Like, you can't go back to community. You can't go back to, oh, we're going to do the Catholic land movement. It's not going to work, right? Because it's as a social teaching. You're doing the either or again. Psychological loves and hates. The only thing that's going to save you is hesychism, is divine will, is contemplation, is concentration without effort. Leading to that is this Christ as a fact of your experience. He's the way, the third way, and then you just ask him what to do. Christ, what do I do? Who do I join? Who do I make friends with? What would be good for me? Right? All our solutions in all these networks, including Christian ones, are cybernetic, technical, human ones that take from the tradition, use it like a cybernetic organism, technical superstructure, applied as a social teaching, like communists using Christian principles in a sense. That's not what it is, right? Get the living God. Bow to him, bow this human superstructure to him and ask, what do I do, Lord? And we get more people doing that first, then you can have a project. But these projects, I get it, people like well-meaning, they want to try to do something, but you got to get this basic part right, which happens to be the hardest part of all, isn't it? Theosis is the whole purpose of life. It is the hardest part. But still, it's possible. We need, and I think now it's going to happen. The Lord prepare his 4,000. Remember how Job thought he was alone? He said, no, there are 4,000 more that I'm preparing. As this AI, as fake aliens, all that sort of thing, demons, the Lord will prepare. And we can be a part of that. By just, it's such a simple, intimate thing at the same time. It seems grand, but it's as much as simply wanting to live from a ground outside time. But it's Christ is a cosmic fact. It's not just the Gospels are a very important part of this, right? We can get his word, but he's not a historical figure. He's a living God who is supposed to be interacted with. I have no idea where we are. So we're in like an industrial area now. I was hoping to find a table to sit down at, but let me just have a look. Yeah, John Stubble says, discerning by the way that truth versus false truth, son of pride within ourselves requires the mercy of God to reveal them to us. Yes, but yes. But we also have to be doing the practices for a long time before we can reliably, because we need to sample what the saints describe as the phenomena of what the Lord reveals as a reply in conscience, right? We need to know what that feels like. And these are not normal psychological emotions, so we have to participate in the monastic life. But here, we can do it here and now. Hesychism is able to be done by everyone. And even the Hesychasts say that we are called to do it in normal life. So, yes, mercy of God. It's always the mercy of God. That's why we do the Jesus prayer. We're asking for his mercy every second of every hour, every day. We're trying to establish a praying unceasingly in our unconscious. That's why we do this practice in the morning. It establishes a current of constant prayer to the Master. Yeah, I don't know where we are. Hang on, let me just see. We can go somewhere through here. So yeah, you're right. But just, of course, there's other things that must be added to that. Yeah, I can't believe the expense of that. Not for wasting money on that scale. It's just silly. Okay, I mean, we can keep walking around here. I don't know where it goes. It seems to connect with more parkland to the left, actually. So, Eastern Creek. There might be some tables across the road. I guess we can just keep walking, eh? And we'll figure something out. This road keeps going up here. Seems to, yep. Probably a table somewhere. Actually, I hear motor cars. That would be the raceway. There's an Eastern Creek raceway down here somewhere. The places you end up, hey, I would never have come here in some industrial area, but even the parklands themselves, I'd written them off as some westy area, but it was beautiful, I thought, at the start. Glad to have you here with me. Across Twitch, got a few followers on Twitch now, and I don't care about that, obviously, but it's good to have it archived across these different places. It's on Rumble, but the main platform to send messages on for now, anyway, until I can get a collector of messages, is to send it on YouTube. Of course, you can join the fellowship at scottmannion.com/fellowship, and as we talk about the final reading of today, we'll bring out the St. Maximus reading, incredible reading from the great saint and contemplative and hesychist, talking about the sixth day of creation, the symbolic meaning of the Lord's entombment, what it means for our soul, expressing many things we've just been talking about. And in fact, we may even go straight to that reading when we sit down, because it's so relevant to what we've been talking about, and perhaps we can read Steiner last today. But join up there, and if there are people online, let me know in the chat. I'll bring the mic over on my computer and you can participate in the stream with your voice as well as your typing. Wow. Little birdie, hear that? This is all right. Little wetland area. I wonder if there might be a little table here for us. We don't have to walk too far. Probably not. We might have to walk a bit further. That's okay though. Yeah, it's comfortable looking grass and stuff, but we'll keep going on and see what we can find. Yeah, by no means should I have any energy now. If it wasn't for the Master, I tell you. I didn't sleep that much last night. I probably got about 6 hours. But I asked for the prayers of the fellowship, and I also prayed a lot to him to grant me the bread of life. Look at this little guy. Oh, he's gone so quickly. The bread of life, the bread of heaven rather, the manna of heaven, which he grants to us, virginal Zoe. Eventually, yeah, that's what you want, ideally. Oh, look at all those ducks moving. You want to be praying for these forces before you do any action, getting used to being Christ-reliant. And the saints all say that. And the more you're transformed, it begins first is when you request for peace. He grants the peace of the heart. Then after that, I think he starts to grant other forces and allows those forces when you pray for them. You just get more used to this relationship of appealing to things, to him, not seeking like, I'll take some ADHD medication or something like that. No, like focus eventually, if you're patient, transformation. And St. Gregory of Palamas says this, that it begins, if we endure in the concentration without effort practice with calm equanimity, the devil will try a million things to get us to stop, to convince us it's not working. It's not working, right? What's working? The procedure's got to work. Yeah, the devil will do that. But if we endure, what comes out of it is an angelic concentration, right? And that folds over into the rest of your day. And then we just more and more rely on him. And like I said, it doesn't take that long. It's not some specialization or procedure that an anthrosophist might involve themselves with. And in fact, I think Steiner even recognized that. It just happens to be they think that's what he meant. He knew that Christ grants the forces. But it's the sort of the way that it was articulated in those days. And so now when people join that, the practices tend to specialize and they develop the similar Easternism, a specialization of the power of the intellect, a kind of speedy like Luciferian force, which one of our great friends in the fellowship talked about that when he used to do early practices, that he noticed a distinct difference between passive-active and the peace of the Master and his energies, and the saints describe the same thing in the energies of the devil, and how that these former things he was doing were of that, even if they charged him up and they were spiritual experience, or you would call it actually more accurately psychological force. Yes, it's spiritual, but it's not essential, right? It's a force, it's lower down on the rung, it's not emanation, so not authentically spiritual, but still an impulse. And so, yes, there's only one way. There's only one living God. And that's why the Easterners are always coming in with this mode of attack, where like perennialism, all the gods are even. It's just getting to this one place knowing that all the gods are the same. Yeah, that's the strategy, to try to get you to not have a relationship with the living God, right? Not consciously. Though there's a lot of ethnic resentments with the East because of the material conquering by the West. And their occult forces actually want revenge for that. And so this invasion of the yoga into the West and distraction from the only true living God was a revenge factor. It's just subconscious forces. They have a kind of chauvinistic occultism, a nationalistic occultism, Indian. And it's in the end, it's the Luciferian occultism, as St. Sophrony so rightly talks about, because he knew it bottom up, experienced all their mystic practices had to offer in the light of the intellect, and came to know the uncreated light, came to know emanation, came to know the higher divine peace, impulses from outside time, the living, personal, loving, divine love, God. And so that's what our life becomes. Living for the third way, living for this way, not the third way, the one way, but I mean not antipathy or sympathy, psychological, I mean divine love from outside of time. Is that, yes, of course the Lord takes into account what but our life will be transformed in ways that we would do things that we could never have imagined, right? So things do happen. We are also fortunate, like He grants us freedom and resources to follow Him in the kingdom of heaven, but we also are granted experiences here and loving it in the deepness, even though the deepness all comes from the kingdom of heaven. We're still fortunate here as well, in the sense of He'll have something for us to do. He needs helpers now. He wants His helpers now, right? So, but it's not about any material reward. It's the reward of the kingdom of heaven. The reward of the kingdom of heaven. But what I'm saying is simply that He'll provide for you, and having freedom in your life in temporality, because of that, that you don't have to listen to some necessity or some chump, whoever it might be, trying to oppress you, whatever it might be. Maybe you have to deal with that person, but the Master will free you from the antipathies to that person, and then you're guided by Him. I listen to the Master. He'll tell me what to do. Even if I have to deal with that person, He'll free me from the anger from it and get me out of a particular bad situation, whatever it might be, and help me. So He'll help you as well, naturally, right? Because He wants to put you to good use. There's so much to do here to transform it to the cosmos of love. That being said, the most important transformation is simply divine love yourself, loving Him. Like, people make a lot of our action here, and it's important what the Christ wants us to do here, but so much of it comes from Him. We're so distant from Him in general. That's the tragedy we have to solve. Theosis is the struggle. But with a few key preparations, and a lot of the stuff we've articulated today, I think people are coming into the thinking. The darkness is helping lay out the contrast. It's helping impel people, hang on, there's this other truth. And then that leads to a preparation, then it leads to the, looking to the saints, but also with a clear understanding. For the practices that impel us to be justified from outside time, like St. Paul is. Like, St. Paul was automatically granted this transformation. You had to struggle after that too, but shit, I think we've come to the end of the line here. I think this just goes around in a circle now. I don't think we can even get to the main road from here. Fuck. Excuse me. Fucking hell. Excuse me. I thought there'd be something out here. Nothing, nowhere to sit down. It's just a road, a footpath. That's what happens when you come out west, right? Okay, Shit, man, that's a long way back. I was really hoping we could get through there. Yeah. All right, onward. This has gone way over time in terms of when we usually have sat down by. Could get an Uber, could do that. Maybe one of these workplaces has a table we can sit at for a while. Factories, whatever they do here. I can't believe there's not one picnic table out here. It's a nice wetland. It's nothing. I might just pray for a while. I'm running out of juice now. I need to sit down for a bit. Have something to eat. Why don't you join me as we walk? Put your attention on your breathing. Note to change it, just to let it govern the speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind. Don't change its speed, but rest your attention there. Passively, actively attending, but passive, not changing it in any way. Lord Jesus Christ, in breath, Son of God, out breath, have mercy upon me. In breath, a sinner. The breath goes across the section of words, right? I'm just trying to give you the speed it would probably normally be with your automatic breath, but just, you get it, there's 4 breaths in there. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. 2 ins, 2 outs. And it's just automatic, right? You're just let the rhythm of your breath determine the speed of it in your mind. The duration of each one should match the duration, how long the words come out, if that makes sense. Let's do that for a while. Got this little birdie up here. What's he doing? Three little birdies. It's amazing what you see if you just be quiet for a while. Anyway. It's a shame, right? Not one little bench or anything. That's what I had, too much land. Lots of land. Not a desirable area, I guess. Okay. Okay. Well, we didn't find one table. Bit of an hour, what was it, an hour? Wrong steer for an hour. But you know, we had some good conversation early. Something up here, might have to get an Uber. There's somewhere more appropriate where we can sit down and continue our next segment. Sorry about the delay. Oh. Let's walk a bit further, and I think there's a pub down here somewhere. Back we go. Sorry about the scenery, loud noise and cars. Just the nature of sometimes with these streams.
All right. These spaces are so wide open here. What looks like a short distance on the sat nav is far longer than you think in reality. That's Americanized spaces. I'm not going to risk going to a pub. I'm going to walk back to where we were, I think. Parklands, where there's some tables we could sit down at. Yeah. Not far. Not far now, everyone. Not far now. Okay. Whew. Pardon me. Excuse me. Remember, as we were saying, just continue with the Jesus prayer. That's what I'm doing between I say things. With your attention on the breath, about 2 in-breaths, 2 out-breaths, is the Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. With your attention on your breathing, it's the perfect time for it in spaces like this when you're on your own. Sometimes it's even good, you know, to not have an audiobook in your ear. And the shower is a great time for it. We also must dedicate time to praying to the Mother. St. Seraphim of Sarov recommends Mother Mary, Mother of God, save us. I add a save us to that, so it follows the same rhythm as the Jesus prayer. Mother Mary, Mother of God, save us, save us. And of course, as we know from the tradition, the Mother saves us by appealing to the Master. That's a known thing in the liturgy. So it's known by the saint in making the prayer, what the hierarchy is, of course. And there's one living God. And so that's a good one for the shower, right? That's a time I find the devil tends to attack there. Perfect time in a lukewarm hot shower for these thoughts to come. We might let our guard down. It's before we're starting our concentration without effort practice in the morning. Perfect time for a Mother Mary prayer, because I often don't give enough time to it, right? I think the discernment's always been that it should be about like 20%, something like that. But yeah, Jesus' prayer is the most important though, and should be the dominant. All the saints say it, right? All the saints say it, the Jesus prayer, the Jesus prayer, the Jesus prayer, at least 80%. But yeah, I remember the Lord said to me a long time ago, and that's where I got a Orthodox icon, a little icon of Mary to chain to the cross around my neck. Is that Mary is your mother. Mary is your mother. That's why he says it to the Apostle John, and John is close to the Master's heart. He's a archetype of the mystic, and And we are to, Mary is to come home with us. What does it mean for Mary to come home with us like she comes home for John? It means that the Holy Soul, the Holy Jerusalem, is Mary also coming with us after. It's the Holy Soul. When the Master goes away for a while, it's the forces that remain, right? The reflection of divine things, the gnosis, the reflection of the creative revelation, of the potentiality. Remember when Sophia says in the Bible, rejoicing in his created world. The joyous response, and then rejoicing in the man. She rejoices in us, goes home with us. That's to have a wisdom and a knowing, a living being that actually is a mother. To be at home with us and comfort us too, while the Master's not, when we're contracting and expanding and the Master is gone for a little while. But it's always the Master. It's always the Lord. But we are to love our mother and appeal to her and venerate her. You can't leave that part out. It's an incredible error. Because she loves you as well. St. Mary does. Our Mother Mary. Your mother, my mother, say it. My Master. The saints recommend about Jesus, when you develop a lot with the Jesus prayer, if you start experiencing the depths of hesychism and prayer of the heart, that you find it difficult to say the whole thing because your breath speeds up and slows down. But when it's becoming very intense and the narrow way narrows your soul, that it can help a great deal because you're in union essentially, right? So, and this is like at the height of like end of an hour practice or whatnot. Saying just the name Jesus, 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 my Jesus, they recommend in the 5th volume of the Father Kalia. I think it's either St. Mark or Callistos or Xanthios and those guys that authored the complete method in volume 5 of the Philokalia. But that's something way down the line, and you always do revert to the back when you're out, not at the heights of ecstasy/ecstasy, reverting back to the Jesus prayer, because I find it sometimes easier not to say the Lord part at the start of it, because I want it to be really clear in my mind that Jesus Christ is addressed, not it to be like half said or half unheard in mind. But I'm always beginning with Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Or if I'm walking around during the day, it's always Lord Jesus. But there is a little, and this is for people that are very experienced though, you do not change the form when you're coming up. It's a like typical error to individualize things at the start. And the saints are always saying this in the Philokalia, right? They're just saying in like after years that these things can help. Because I've contemplated a lot on this, and saying the name of Jesus never interferes with the silence. So that's one thing, Jesus, 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 that you can continue to, and is a great thing in the heights of the spiritual experience, the heights of, in the depths, right? In the depths of hesychism, depths of peace, and the waves of eternal breath. You can always and should always say Jesus, right? Because you want to, it's keeping in contact. It's, but also like when you're narrowed, the narrow way narrows you. You're distance from your like body, like as Paul says, don't know whether I'm within or without ecstasy and ecstasy, and thoughts come to more silence. Grace of silence is granted. even to music, like the Jesus prayer is almost, it's musically said, or it's just said in its own rhythm, its musicality, and then can just become a musical in a sense. But yeah, Jesus, you know, it's that name, as they say, and they're so right about it. And that's the point of reading the Philokalia and keeping that as his mainstay. The unseen warfare, the Philokalia, St. Sophronies, we shall see him as he is, on prayer, you know, the spiritual counsels of St. Paisios. Incredible to have all this, the Valentin Tomberg, because then your angel and the Lord will draw from your knowings of that, and hey, this, try this. And then of course in consultation with, you know, in talking with him, you'll also experience suggestions that are not from things you know, that are new, right? That are, an idea will just come to you, and it's obviously not your, you know, it's a helping thing. It's a thing there to help you, but let's just figure out where we'll sit. Sounds like copyrighted music to me. How do we... God, there's no winning, is there, friends? There's no winning. There's no winning. Where do we go from here? I'm okay, we might be able to get away from this pretty quickly. Let's have a look. Get away from this paganism. Someone's wedding or something. Alright, how do I get back to where we want to go? Yeah, I just don't know what music they're going to play, so I got to get out of here. Right, then left. Okay. Almost, okay, we've got some tables over here. This might be us. Maybe not, another community thing doing. Free tables, I suppose. I think it's going to be over here. Alright, this is us. Finally. Okay. Nice. Perfect. Not a bad background. Get this off. Whew. Finally. What do we got here? 45%. Still laughing. It's sweaty. Okay, let's get back to it then. Oh, that was a real took us in a direction we didn't expect, did it? Oh. Let's get our phone back on charge. And we're reading from St. Maximus here. Perfect. That. Some tea. And recovery. Oof. Might take some Panadol too. Paracetamol. So there we are. And one of those. That'll help. Is that too much light coming down that lens? What does it look like this way? Is that any better? Yeah, I guess. All this. All right, we're wasting time here. Vanity. Okay. All right. Give me a moment. This charge isn't turned on yet. Let's turn that back on. Should turn on now. It's not turned on. Why isn't it switching on? Sorry, technical, boring. This always happens if we get a bit waylaid. I have to reset everything. Okay, charging. Good. Turn this back on. I've got contact with you all again. Okay, I can read some chats now. Stay hydrated, my friend, says John Stubble. I like it when you don't plan your route ahead of time. It allows the Spirit to direct our path. That's what true freedom is. He leads us. That's true. We allow him to be our shepherd. Although if I was on my own, there would be time to stop and discern and ask, should I go this way? This is the most rewarding thing one can do on your own on a weekend. There's time to dwell, ask and follow, and then it's like a providential day, and he leads you to many miracles, but also sufferings and challenge. Like not nothing that you can never not suffer, nothing that you can't handle. But especially in a special time of the liturgy, if it's over Easter, right? If it's the crucifixion period, so you can understand, vitamin D from the sun will be good for that cold. Yeah, says Mundus. But leads you to lessons. Like if you want to learn about, okay, Father, help me understand why sometimes when I ask you a should question or an ought, that like, oh, ought I go down this path, that you might actually lead me to something else that I'm expecting, right? It's learning how discernment works, because he's our Father. Like when you're a little kid and his intellect's so beyond yours, he's teaching you to ride a bike. He's safely leading you to something, but you don't understand it. Like, just ride straight down the path, ride faster, and it becomes more stable, right? Same thing with the Father, like leading you and teaching you through examples in reality, following providence. Sometimes you need to see a real world unfolding of a providential to really understand how he guides us in a way that can be, because not everything can always meet our expectations. If we ask a question, we try to frame him into a expected outcome, right? And it kind of subconsciously is like makes him a technique, like we're using him to fulfill our goals, right? But often, not all the time, sometimes he'll actually have other plans, and he'll say, yeah, you should go there, and then I'm going to lead you somewhere else when you do. And you'll find something more rewarding. So you've got to keep your eyes open. The thing that he's taught me in the discernments is expectations to be, and you can only learn through experience, but you keep your expectations slightly open, because he could lead you to something else than you're expecting, even though he safely leads you. But you're always supposed to be cautious when I talk about discernment, not doing anything completely out of the norm, getting used to the relationship of following divine will. And the other one is efficiency, right? So, like, he's not there for our efficiency to meet about our goals. So those are key lessons he's told me that you'll all have to go through when you're walking around especially when you're on your own and you've got time to dwell and ask questions. It's the most rewarding thing, because a mystery can unfold, and if a place you thought was completely boring, pre-disclosed in advance, that you already knew, you can be led to things you never expected, right? Places of worship, led into areas or chance meetings through following providence in that way. But taken beyond yourself at the same time. So that's why I always say careful yet courageous. So you're following discernments, but you're not doing things that would, there's stories from saints saying, following the devil's suggestions and then jumping down a well, right? Because it had a convincing reason to do so. So you need to fill it into a truth criterion. You need to be careful with, at the same time, careful and courageous. So that's what that means. And that's what we do. That's what the tradition's about, really. It's about safety. And so let's begin our reading. Will zur Macht. Will to power. Put the stick down, right? Okay, let's begin. Welcome. Now, we've been talking about the soul today. And like I said, friends, feel free to send through chats anytime you want. They're coming through. I can see them now. My phone's on charge. Right here, good to go. I always read all the chats and usually read them out. As you all know, you'll at least get them read out once at least. Okay. So 51, this is St. Maximus talking about many interesting things that we've been talking about today. Let's try a bit of warm tea to loosen up there. Does that sound any better? Sixth day of creation, according to Scripture, represents the completion of, let me put these earphones on charge. Oh no, a million interruptions. It's getting, everything starts running out of battery when you go too far out of field. All right, it's back on. Charge. The sixth day of creation, according to Scripture, represents the completion of the beings that are subject to nature. The seventh day marks the limit of the flow of temporal existence. The eighth day betokens the quality of the state which is beyond nature and time. Eighth day, notice he says, let's block out some of the noise by putting them back in. The eighth day, he lists one, and this eighth day. He who observes the sixth day only according to the law, fleeing the active, soul-afflicting domination of the passions, passes fearlessly through the sea to the desert. And isn't that what we talk about? From the sea of the movement of the day-to-day and the actions of the day into the desert of concentration without effort in this sacred time in the morning. That's us going into the desert, friends. His Sabbath consists simply of rest from the passions, and I would add the provokings of impulses from the surface senses. But when he has crossed the Jordan and has left behind this state of simply resting from the passions, he enters into possession of the virtues. And how does that happen? Through grace. It's not merely withdrawing, it's we become empty and then filled. 53. He who observes the sixth day according to the gospel has already put to death the first impulses of sin. Through cultivating the virtues, attains a state of dispassion which, like a desert, is bare of all evil. And as he's already articulated, that it's a granted thing, the concentration. And Maximus articulates this elsewhere. This can be unfolded in Christ's virtues, like I've been describing all day. His Sabbath is a rest of his intellect, even from the merest images suggested by the passions or the demons. But when he thus crossed the Jordan, he passes over into the land of spiritual knowledge, or a spiritual being, a spiritual knowing, where the intellect, the temple mystically built by peace, becomes in the spirit the dwelling place of God. Now understand, when they talk about the intellect in the Philokalia, it's not the intellect we exist in, it's the nous, which is it's a new opened space prepared. It's a colony of the master, is the nous.
and it's connected to the heart. It's not the same thing as the intellect we know as the modern word. And they say this in the glossary of the Philokalia. So important to recognize what they mean by the intellect. It's only something it's like original consciousness. It's getting closer to more primordial, into the heart, reconnecting the ravaged, separated thought, feeling, and will of modernity to a divine thinking, feeling, and willing, and that's the nous. It's like an emergent phenomena or faculty, the temple mystically built by peace. And it's something you're granted more and more. Freedom. 54. He who, after the example of God, has completed the 6th day with fitting actions and thoughts, and has himself, with God's help, brought his own actions to a successful conclusion, has in his understanding traversed the condition of all things subject to nature and time, and has entered into the mystical contemplation of the aeons and the things inherent in them. His Sabbath in his intellect, or his nous, his peace-filled essential space, that he concentrated space, nous, heart, linked together, narrow way. His Sabbath in his intellects, or his nous, is utter and incomprehensible abandonment and transcendence of created beings. In other words, concentrated in the heart. But if he is also found worthy of the 8th day, he has risen from the dead. Now, let me just do a little addition here. Like, we're not familiar with this 8th day, but that's quite true that there is. Because the Sabbath day, if we look at a spiral in mathematics, the edge of the spiral is the jumping off point. The Sabbath itself is this day of preparation to jump off into infinity. It's the stepping point out of the spiral. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, and that goes out, right? It's the step. And so the Sabbath is that time of, like I said, clawing open this hour of concentration without effort, so this 8th day can be made anew. And that 8th day is impulses from the future, is the eternal proper, right? The resurrection. And that's what he begins to describe here. Let me continue. Found worthy of the 8th day, he has risen from the dead, that is, from all that is subsequent to God. Whether sensible or intelligible, expressible or conceivable, he experiences the blessed life of God, who is the only true life, and himself becomes God by deification. We will be as gods in God. That's the purpose of life. The 55, the 6th day. See that? The 6th day is the complete fulfillment on the part of those practicing the ascetic life, of the natural activities which lead to virtue. The 7th day is the conclusion and cessation in those leading to contemplative life, of all natural thoughts and about inexpressible spiritual knowledge, or the logoi of created things, the essence of created things, which is possible chiefly by being granted divine love of Christ. Union with Christ first, and then these other things are supplementary, essential knowings, but they're idols, though, if they're put first, like wanting to know the essence of a tree is an idol, right? But it's a granting. You can know the essence of things, created things, but it's through love, divine love, agapic love that Christ grants. And then he grants you these other faculties, guidance and teaching. And that's been my experience anyway, in asking and contemplation. Having formally prayed for contemplation and then being guided to say, no, just pray for this divine love of me, and through me this unfolds. And so anyway, but you can see how it's really well symbolized. I mean, of course, the days of creation are more than he's talking of, but they do align with this too. And you can actually, for the intellectual, as some of the saints mention, it's better for the person that's more in this mode to focus more time on the concentration practice, and it helps with the ascetic life. It's faster if done that way. Like asceticism on its own without contemplation, the saints say, won't bring it about. It has to be together with the concentration without effort, with hesychism,
Otherwise, you're fighting this uphill battle. You build a kind of technical virtue system, but you don't get the divine virtues. But sorry, I'll go on. I always interrupt. The 8th day is the transposition and transmutation of those found worthy into a state of deification. The Lord, giving perhaps a mysterious hint of the 7th and the 8th days, spoke of a day and an hour of consummation which encompasses the mysteries and the inner essences of all things. Apart from their Creator, the blessed divinity himself, there is no power whatsoever in heaven or on earth that can know that day and hour before the actual experience of them. That's what he leads us towards. 56. The 6th day betokens the inner essence of the being of created things, the logoi. The 7th signifies the quality of the well-being or the good of created things, the quality of the logoi, the sort of essences that then leads to the logos, who is Christ. The well-being, like translation well-being, good. The 8th denotes the inexpressible mystery of eternal well-being of created things, or the good, the eternal good of created things, the eternal telos, or the eternal end, or eternal logos. 57. Since we know that the 6th day is a symbol of practical activity, let us during this clay fully discharge our debt of virtuous works, so that it may also be said of us, God saw everything he had made, and behold, it was very good. And that's something we must do. That's one of the practices I have in the lectures, is contemplating, and especially once you can discern, you begin every week returning to everything you've done and asking the Lord, should we do this week? Should we do that week? That's helpful to do on a Saturday, or maybe the end of the day on a Sunday, or sometimes I'll do it on Monday before I get started, because I like to spend the whole of Sunday in worship, because it's the Lord's day, it's his day. So even though you could make contemplation a part of that, better to do it probably, it is sabbatical, but better to probably do it. I've been more likely to do it on Mondays at the moment, Monday mornings, because I like to devote it to, like I said, worship and pilgrimages on Sunday. And lessons, like being taught through doing things. So we have to, that's part of doing that as a practice. Valentin recommends it in his book in an indirect way. Lazarus, come forth. But not really presented as a practice, but I made it into one. And it's certainly something you should do. Because unseen warfare tells us don't make plans as we're initiating, right? Because we're trying to get to a point where our key focus and plan is simply to develop in the spirit to a point where we can just ask some questions. And then once we can do that a bit, then this is what happened with me. The Lord kept guiding me, no, don't, until you can work it out. And then eventually when I was able to ask properly, then yes, now you can start posting content again. Now you can start doing this, because you can refer back to me, and I'll guide you. And there's so many everyday behaviors are reformed that I'm stopped from, thank God. It's little will to power things, even things I thought you think are Christian, like I said all today, thank God. But that's the key, right? It's like your plans then become, everything's approved by him. And there's little ways of doing that. I come up with a bunch of certain questions I ask that can guide where a stream goes, that can, before I leave today, that can hone down on somewhere and approve a plan I've made. And there's nothing greater than feeling confident that you're doing exactly where he wants you to be in that time. And part of that practical enacting of that is becoming used to that. You become used to it, and you become more patient, because he's shown you several times that, this is the best road to follow me. And you'll see how, and you get these little signs, his plan's working, and he knows what he's doing. And so it helps you become more super patient
and comfortable where you are. There's nothing better than knowing that there's no better plan for you than where you are, and that how it unfolds is the best way it could unfold. No will to power changes on your behalf, no forcing the issue, because you ask first. You say, oh Lord, should I try this? Should I ask this person for this? Sometimes he'll say, yeah, that's a good idea. Sometimes he wouldn't say, but he'll intimate positively or negatively. And then certain things you are completely unexpected. And so, like I said, you act in a way that's outside of time. If you want to win against all these evil forces, it's through divine love, because the Lord does things that are so counter the wisdom of the world that people have no idea what, until it unfolds something, maybe after you're dead, because a lot of it of being entombed is that, just working. The kingdom of heaven now is its own reward, but whatever bears fruit is whatever bears fruit, right? Anyway, let's go on. He exerts himself bodily in order to adorn the soul with the manifold virtues, pays to God the debt of good work that is required of him. And very happy in this day and age, one is to do that, knowing that you'll be provided for and you're free of the false desires, of the false desire for righteousness of worldly things, knowing that there's a plan coming about and you can participate in that when most of the world isn't at all. 59. He who has completed the 6th day, the day of preparation in works of righteousness, has crossed over to the response of spiritual contemplation. During such contemplation, his intellect is nous, though. I'm going to say nous from now on so we don't think it's the same thing, or I'll call it essential intellect. Grasping in a divine manner. See, in a divine manner. It's not regular intellect grasping. So let me read that again. During such contemplation, his essential intellect, or his nous, grasping in a divine manner the inner essences of created beings, through, you could say, intuition as well, ceases from all movement. Yes. To come to the eternal breath as well. Go. He who for our sake God. It says go, but I guess the translation means God. He who for our sake shared in God's rest on the 7th day, also for our sake participate. And that makes sense because the eternal breath is Christ. For our sake participates in God's deifying energy on the 8th day, that is, in the mystical resurrection. And leaves lying in the sepulchre his linen clothes, and the napkin that was about his head. Those who perceive this, like Peter and John, are convinced the Lord has risen. What is the linen clothes? What is the napkin? There's so much meaning in all of that, so much meaning in the fact that the cloth is folded up. It's also the folded up over the Godhead. If you think about that, there's no veil over it anymore. Now the Master's risen. But those clothes are very important in terms of primordial essences of created things, right? We again, with this Aristotelian grasping and defining in the Luciferic mode, it crystallizes things. That's drawing lots for the Master's clothes, right? We use this alternate mode of knowledge that the serpent promised us, and it cuts up the Master's clothes, draws lots for it, takes his tunic, and so we have no access to these essence of created things anymore. That's what that means as well, because the Lord is not only human, he's the Logos too. He's divine, Son of God and Son of Man. People go either way. Like some people lean too far into one or one in the other. It's both, of course. Must remember he's the Son of God. Those who perceive this, the Lord's tomb stands equally either for this world or for the heart of each faithful Christian. Yes, and we've been talking about this all today. Crucifying of the heart, the contrition of the heart, which is related to the soul, because it needs to be purified. The linen clothes are the inner essences of sensible things, together with their qualities of goodness. The napkin is the simple and homogeneous knowledge of intelligible realities, together with the vision of God. insofar as it is granted. Through these things, the Logos is initially recognized. The vision of God, the face of God, homogeneous knowledge. This is what we've been talking about today. The comprehensive vision that develops when we're crucified and put into the tomb. Through these things, the Logos is initially recognized, for without them, any higher apprehension of what he is would be altogether beyond our capacity. Those who bury the Lord with honor will also see him risen with glory, but he is not seen by anyone else, for he can no longer be apprehended by his enemies, and he does not wear those outer coverings through which he seemed to let himself be captured by those who sought him, and in which he endured suffering for the salvation of all. 63. He who buries the Lord with honor, and growing admiration for the greatest act of all time, the greatest act of admiration, of admirable thing that anyone will and ever do, and suffers every day for us for it, is crucified every day for us, and suffers more because he is God, and feels more, and loved everyone who persecuted him. It's like your own sons, every one of them, and your mother deeply loved them, whipping you and murdering you. For he has not allowed the Lord's body nailed to the cross to be left exposed to the blasphemy of unbelievers, but has befittingly delivered him from derision and insult. Those who sealed the tomb and set soldiers to watch are hateful because of their scheming. When the Logos had risen, they slandered him, saying that his body had been stolen away. In the same way as they bribed the false disciple with silver to betray the Lord, by false disciple I mean a pretense of holiness for the sake of display, so they did bribe the soldiers to make a false accusation against the risen Saviour. Whoever possesses spiritual knowledge knows the significance of what has been said, for he is not ignorant of how and in how many ways the Lord is crucified, buried, and rises again. Such a person makes corpses, as it were, of the impassioned thoughts which have been insinuated by demons into his heart, and which through the temptations they suggest cut in pieces the qualities of moral beauty as if they were garments. This is again things we've been talking about all today. And he breaks like seals the impressions stamped deeply into his soul by the sins of prepossession. Or more, Christ does this while we're doing the concentration without effort. He transforms it, resurrects it, kills it. He bloodlets us. And we know this as a concrete fact in grace in the breath, both slowing and speeding up. Verify that with St. Gregory Palamas and quotes from him in previous streams we've done, and St. Gregory of Sinai, also verified by a recent Hesychast, the incredible St. Sophrony, who talks of the influence of his breath by grace. And so not only Tomberg, it's the Hesychastic tradition that backs this up. And some of the most important, beautiful, incredible saints, which I've outlined, can be in no doubt that they're talking exactly what I talk about. So, with the breath and the grace in the breath. Whenever a lover of riches who feigns virtue by an outward show of devotion finds he has procured the material possessions he desires, he repudiates the way of life that made people think he was a disciple of the Logos. Disciples who love me, not want to exploit me for their worldly goals and desires. Come to me, I'll show you the better way. Not me, he'll show you. I'm in nothing but a useless servant, that's what we want. More that, please, more Christ in me. 65. Everything's still working here, friends? Are you still there? You still listening? Hey? Okay, we go on. 65. When you see arrogant men not able to endure praise being given to others better than themselves, contriving
to suppress the truth by denying it, with countless insinuations and baseless slanders, you must understand the Lord is again crucified by these men and buried and guarded with soldiers and seals. But the Logos rises afresh and puts them to confusion. More, I better check that mic's still coming through, yeah. More, because it's nice and clear, of course, if we don't have this nice wireless mic. More. The more the Logos is attacked, the more clearly he reveals himself as steeled in dispassion through his sufferings. The Logos is stronger than all else. Not only is he called truth, but he is truth. And I would add to that also, like people are all about, let's fight hate, or like fight love with love, or whatever. Fighting itself. It's fine to seek what you love, but there's psychological loves. Like I've been saying all day, we want our impulses to come from outside of time. Then you can have this new, fresh ground. Because we want a non-reactive way of being. We want to be new art, Christ art, eternal forms, inspiring through us from outside of time, flowing Christ impulses through us, through our following of divine will, into the arts, into the sciences, into everything. That's what the future must be. If we want to roll in it, not an entropic, decaying AI, a devil, human killing machine. Theosis, flowing into the art, flowing into everything. That's the only new road we can take. Not a, just because we're presenting something we love, it's still derivative. Psychological love, it's derivative of the spirit of the times, of a technicalized Christianity that's been lowered from its original roots in the eternal. If it's not treated like an icon. If it's treated like an icon, it leads back to the cosmic Christ here now, where we worship, we follow the saints, and then we follow the procedures of the Hesychast, especially Valentin Tomberg, Providence and Remembrance. And through that, then we're able to meet the Master, and then that is what informs all our decisions. With the tradition, with the epistemic principle, everything we talk about. 66, the mystery of the incarnation of the Logos is the key to all the arcane symbolism and typology in the scriptures, and in addition gives us knowledge of created things, both visible and intelligible. He who apprehends the mystery of the cross and the burial apprehends the inward essence of created things. Yes? While he who is initiated into the inexpressible power of the resurrection apprehends the purpose for which God first established everything. That can't just come from reading the gospel though. It has to come through hesychism. It's the most important thing. It's all important. You have to read the Gospels and be inspired by the Gospels, right? But the most time that you're devoting is direct worship of Christ through the Jesus prayer and hesychism. That's what prayer is, and hesychistic prayer, concentration without effort, with the concentration, is the most important thing you need to devote most of your time to. Daily prayer, Bible readings is good too. I do that. But it's not as much time as my worship time with Christ, because it reveals him as a fact of experience. Because there's no better way than learning the essence of the Gospels than asking the Master. They fold into each other, but the cosmic Christ as a mystic fact of experience, inward, outward, is what this is all about. It's what the Gospel is an icon to lead you to help lead you to, and the tradition is all about too, because the Gospels are chosen by the church, and the church is tradition, right? So, 67. All visible realities need the cross. That is, the state in which they are cut off from things acting upon them through the senses. And haven't we been talking about this all today? Crucify the desires of the surface world and the senses. All intelligible realities need burial. That is, the total quiescence of the things which act upon them through the intellect, or the surface intellect, which the brain is tied up with the nerve system, is tied up with the surface senses. When all relationship, which such things is severed, then natural activity to stimulus is cut off. Then the Logos, who exists alone in himself, like I said earlier today, he is the thing in itself, is Christ. The noumenon appears as if risen from the dead. He encompasses all that comes from him, but nothing enjoys kingship with him by virtue of natural relationship. Like we are made sons of God by grace. He's naturally the Son of God, but he will make us a son of God. But you have to be made the son of God. You're not just the son of a son. Like baptism doesn't make you a son. Like you have to be baptized in spirit too. It's the road to it. But we have to be baptized again through initiation, hesychism, through concentration without effort in prayer and contemplation. And then he makes us a son and starts calling us a son. So for the salvation, because we become like him from outside time. For the salvation of the saved is by grace and not by nature. But what else did he say here? He said, when all relationships to things is severed. How do we know that practically and concretely? Because he speaks very abstractly, St. Maximus. We know that by the stilling of our limbs. We have hands because of a will to grasp at the expense of others. A will to take, a will to advance. We have legs as a will to advance at the expense of others. When we still them, when we still our senses, they're not out in the world for something. The world opens, the openness space of the world opens because we desire something. Because we desire, we're out in the world for something. The world discloses itself in the light of the thing we're out in the world for. These psychological goods, existential goods, they're historical, they're not from outside time. Which the good ultimately is an abstract category of the way. The truth, or the true is an abstract category, philosophical category of he who is truth. The life, or the beautiful is an abstract category of the beautiful is the abstract category of the life. When you get out of the abstract, it turns into the person. It turns into the personal divinity, the one living God. The one living God. And so, the concrete reality of that cutting off is the senses being cut off because we're concentrating. We're not focused on anything else. We're concentrating. We're shut off from those surface senses. And our limbs are still. We're being crucified in the limbs. Our will's being crucified. What are angelic wings? Currents of the will. Our will's been crucified. And so we start by doing that an hour every morning, right? And little by little, they are raised somewhere else. And an artistic rhythm of the Jesus prayer, part of this establishment of new wings through the Jesus prayer, or this praying unceasingly that people are always like, how do I pray unceasingly? How do I be granted this prayer unceasingly in the soul? You can't do it constantly. You can do it maximize possibility. That's why you do the Jesus prayer all the time. But what we can do is establish a current that becomes unceasing in the deeper levels of our being. And that's why we're doing it in the morning. That's why the Master calls us to do it an hour a day. So when this praying unceasingly starts to get established, these are these changes, these purifications, these dispassions. That's how praying unceasingly begins. Until one day, the heart, little pains might be noticed in the heart, as Way the Pilgrim talks about. But even one day, in the depth of attending the heart with your prayer and the zone of silence behind the eyes at the same time, spiritual touch, you might notice another voice praying, Father, Abba, 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 Father, because Christ enters our heart and he prays to the Father for us on our behalf. And that's possible. The Way the Pilgrim also describes that, and I've heard that once before, three times before. Again, these are things you confirm with continuous, in the epistemic principle, truth criterion, continuously checking and referring again. Even St. Maximus says pray 3 times on something, but we're putting these things into our epistemic principle, checking them over months, returning to them, especially when they're of theological value. If it's not just an encouragement, we're referring to it again and again and again
to check over time, see it fits in with constructive fruitfulness, with tradition, with the cohesive and logical connection, cohesive system, but with transcendent, not from surface senses, not from surface science, justified through revelation and through the saints, through the hesychasts, empirical theology, as St. Sophrony calls it, not academic theology, from hesychasts themselves. Our theology shouldn't come from systematizers. It comes from people who know and have divine theology, and who are also thinkers and can do both. That's who we should be listening to, not people who look at some mystic's experience and try to logic from that. And that's what Orthodoxy is so good at, saying no, 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 no. Even a lot of Catholics are coming online to this academic theology is not helping. It's turned into an idol, and that they're going back to mysticism, hesychism, and that's who we turn to for the living wisdom, who is Sophia, right? Anyway, let's go on. '67. All visible realities need the cross, that is, the state in which they are cut off. I read this part, my apologies. He encompasses all that comes from him, but enjoys kingship with him by virtue of natural relationship. I read that too. For the salvation of the saved is by grace and not by nature. But we become sons, like literally we become sons of God, theosis. But through grace, we're not only the Logos. There's only one Son of God, naturally Son of God. But he makes us like him, in him. 68. Ages, times, and places belong to the category of relationship. And consequently, no object necessarily associated with these things can be other than relative. But God transcends the category of relationship, for nothing else whatsoever is necessarily associated with him. This is why I always talk about outside time, right? Therefore, if the inheritance of the saints is God himself, he who is found worthy of this grace will be beyond all ages, times, and places. He will have God himself He will have God himself. He who is found worthy of this grace will be beyond all ages and times and places. He will have God himself as his place, in accordance with the text, be to me a God who is be to me a God who is a defender and a fortified place of my salvation. 69. The consummation bears no resemblance whatsoever to the intermediary state, for otherwise it would not be a consummation. The intermediary state consists of everything that is sequent to the origin but falls short of the consummation. But if all ages, times, and places, together with all that is necessarily associated with them, are subsequent to God, since he is an unoriginate origin, and also fall far short of God, since he is an infinite consummation, then clearly they belong to the intermediary state. The consummation, it's like Alpha and Omega, the consummation of those, or eschaton, the consummation of those who are saved is God. Because they're all essential, made essential. In this supreme consummation, no trace of the intermediary state will be observed in those who have been saved. I'd say that happens for a time, and then you'll quickly sin again as you're going up. Because even the saints of the Philokalia say that it's this fluctuating, there's no ending completion, but it comes to completion, and then errors can be made when perfection is occurred, right? Because you can be purified in one given day's brought to complete dispassionate peace. But that builds more and more into that becomes a more complete state. But some of the saints say that a total perfection is not something that completely comes about. There's still a possibility of... But who cares? Let's go with what St. Maximus is saying here. But that's the point. We reach the end of our lives. We've been contrition and contrition and contrition. And we see divine things and follow the God of the Lord. But it's a continual process. You have to keep going back until the end of your life. There's no just, I'm saved, I was baptized, I'm saved. No, like it's every day purified. Because you don't want the master to say, I didn't know you, do you? You need to be walking across the gate of death gently. The master saying, come home, my son, you've done your work. Because that's what he says to his saints. Anyway, so 70, the whole world, limited as it is by its own inner principles, is called both the place and age of those dwelling in it. There are modes of contemplation natural to it, which are able to engender in created beings a partial understanding of the wisdom of God that governs all things. I'd call this like the philosophers have access to a basic natural contemplation. I wouldn't necessarily say that leads to the wisdom of maybe in created things, in terms of when people, science ascertains natural laws, don't they? But anyway, let's go on. So long as they make use of these modes to gain understanding, they cannot have more than a immediate and partial apprehension. See, he's sort of saying the same thing I was basically, caveats. But when what is perfect appears, what is partial is superseded. All mirrors and indistinct images pass away when truth is encountered face to face as the personal being that he is. Because as we say, in Hermeticism, we're granted the gift of black perfection. We're able to consult with, and he comes closer in union to us. But we don't have all the answers. But given enough time, I can figure something out if someone was asked me to, by asking Christ, and he'll fill me in. But it's not like the truth is granted to you. The nominal truth is there with you because he's a person. So he's there to ask. That's what the gift of black perfection is. Around you, the truth that's now with you, the nominal truth, the thing itself. You're not just in this phenomenal realm where it's guesswork and heuristics and the grinding of the serpent. Anyway, 71. Pontius Pilate is a type of natural law. The Jewish crowd is a type of written law. He who has not risen through faith above the two laws, and we know like Pilate's a great expression of metaphysics, of the Greeks and the Jew, and two laws cannot therefore receive the truth which is beyond nature and expression. Natural law, written law. So even this written law is a problem. It's a Satanization of revelation can occur. But now the living God's here, it can never be. He can never be crystallized as long as we keep turning back to him. So you've got the natural philosophers who, from their Luciferic observations, and look, I'm not really judging them for that. I have great respect for Plato and read Aristotle and such, but we need to understand what it is. Anyway, let's go on. On the contrary, he invariably crucifies the Logos, for he sees the gospel either like a Jew as a stumbling block, or like a Greek as foolishness, which is the two things I was saying. Pilate stands for the Greek. Or did he say it stands for the Jew? I don't know. Yeah. Natural law, Greek. He's an expression of Greek metaphysics in the way, and as he says, what is truth? It's perfect. Perfect, isn't it? 72. When you see Herod and Pilate making friends with each other in order to destroy Jesus, you may discern in this the concurrence of the demons of unchastity and self-esteem, who combine together to put to death the logos of virtue and spiritual knowledge. For the demon of self-esteem, making a pretense of spiritual knowledge, refers to the demon of unchastity, and the demon of unchastity, putting on a hypocritical show of purity, refers back to the demon of self-esteem. Thus it is said, when Herod has arrayed Jesus in a gorgeous robe, he sent him again to Pilate. 73. The intellect should not yield to the flesh or cling to the passions. The nous. deeper. For it is said, men do not gather figs from thorns. That is, they do not gather virtue from the passions, nor do they gather grapes from a bramble bush. That is, they do not gather from the flesh, the spiritual knowledge which gladdens the heart. 74. An ascetic tested by the patient acceptance of trials and temptations, purified by bodily training and perfected by attention to the higher forms of contemplation, receives the blessings of divine grace. For the Lord, says Moses, came from Sinai, that is, the trials and temptations, and appeared to us from the Seir, that is, from bodily hardships, and hastened down from Mount Paran with 10,000 Kadesh, that is, from the mountain of faith with untold sacred knowledge, from outside time. We can have access to this. Let me just check. I'll have a look at the old chat, see if you guys are saying anything. Purity, the breath, helps me mute, or at least minimize the distractions of the flesh. Yeah, in the rhythms of it, praying the Jesus prayer, walking around, not controlling it, because impulses from temporality and provokings from temporality tend to... Oh, sorry, that's covering my face a bit there. I should probably spin the hat around a bit. It's still coming through though, isn't it? I just have to get sun in my eyes, that's all right. How many pages have we got left here? Oh, not much more. Not much more. I think we can finish that out. Ooh, actually, it might be a bit more than I thought. Hang on. And will certainly get us to 5. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, we'll just see how far we get. Again, hang on. Herod exemplifies the will of the flesh, Pilate, the senses, Caesar, sensible things, and the Jews, the soul's thoughts. When the soul, through ignorance, associates with sensible things, it betrays the Logos into the hands of the senses to be put to death, and proclaims within itself the kingship of perishable things. For the Jews say, we have no king but Caesar. Again, 76. Again, Herod exemplifies the activity of the passions. Pilate, a disposition that is deluded by them. Caesar, the ruler of the world of darkness. The Jews are the head of the power hierarchy. The Jews, the soul. When the soul submits to the passions and betrays virtue into the power of evil disposition, and it manifestly denies the kingdom of God and transfers itself to the destructive tyranny of the devil. Render unto Caesar what's Caesar's. That also applies in the other way. Render unto God what's God's, which is not your face on a coin. You're not God. He renders what's God's onto himself as the king of the world. Anyway, 77. The subjugation of and you can see how important all this is. Great interpretive, what the Lord can give you to show how the Gospels refer to the inner soul. 77. The subjugation of the passions is not sufficient to ensure spiritual happiness for the soul unless the soul also acquires the virtues by keeping the commandments. Scripture says, do not rejoice because the spirits are subject to you. That is, the operations of the passions, but because your names are written in heaven. Having been transferred to the place of dispassion by the grace of the sonship gained through the virtues. Or it's gained through mercy of Christ as well, though, right? Like, you don't bring about the virtues yourself. Like, the more you pray to Christ for help with them, the better. The easier it will be for you.
But we must remember that's so beautiful there, is that we're not trying to become these Eastern practitioners who, I want to just control the demons with my black magic so I can bring about my own self-willed Willsamt. No. The Master grants us freedom from them to follow his better plan for us in our deep agapic love with him, to be at his right hand. There's no more freedom than that. Any self-willed black magic that tries to master hegemonically demons and provokings from subconscious. I mean, you see these Buddhists, a person I was talking to yesterday was saying he was in all these Buddhist sects and they always end up in some sex scandal. Right? They're always mastered by the passions anyway, to some temporal desire. We're only free of this myriad of provokings in Christ to a wholesome values that don't exist here. They're supernatural. They're outside time. That's why I'm always saying it's psychological love is not the same thing as divine love. Is what the saints say too. They're not the same thing. These are things you're not familiar with until in the depth of the hesychistic prayer, contemplation. People don't know how to do this in most of Christianity, right? The hesychasts do, though. Valentin Tomberg does. It begins with concentration. And the Jesus prayer. I direct on a more concrete level how to do it in the lectures. The practice of Christian mysticism, if you follow that, you'll be able to work it out with Christ's help. And through that, and through praying for divine love too, he'll grant contemplation. He'll grant it, have mercy. Yeah, I read this book, this Catholic book called, not that I really want to talk about that, but Fire Within. It's very confused. Like, we do have an active role to play in how it comes about. That's what the concentration's all about. He will grant it, right? There's a definite pathway to it, but they're moral actions. They're not technical actions, they're passive, active moral actions. So yeah, I think some of these, when they're not hesychasts telling you how to do it, like St. Sophrony does in We Shall See Him As He Is, this is someone who did it, not someone going to a saint from 500 years ago and trying to systematize how it's done. They don't know themselves. We need to listen to people that have been there before, that are that thing, not an academic, not a book writer who's writing how to do something that doesn't know it themselves. We need hesychasts. Empirical theology means someone who knows God directly. So anyway. Why? We don't, and like I said, we do it because our names are written in heaven to be sons of God. 78. Whoever possesses the spiritual knowledge must always possess as well as a rich store of virtue gained through his conduct. Whoever possesses spiritual knowledge must always possess as a rich store of virtue gained through his conduct. Also that, I say. Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you have spiritual knowledge, spiritual knowledge means you're filled with Christ. It's not this propositional thing. It means you're filled with content that He's Him. It's His virtue body. Naturally, that carries power and weight and freedom and virtue. And what is virtue? Like I said, it's a spiritual impulse from the past, your habits. But Christ grants these things without even having to habituate them, right? Forces. So when you set a new resolution 2 years into your hesychism, it follows through. Because He's granted you this essential being that can now overcome the sins. It comes from Him. It's a spiritual force. You're not just this biological being. You have a vital body, a psychological body, and He fills those things out with Himself. And so when we go to do things 2 years later, we'll be surprised. How am I able to fast here? It's much simpler than it was before. How am I able to resist this, right? It's not something like we practice in an Aristotelian fashion. We do a little bit of that. We do a bit of effort, but mainly it's graced, and through that concentration without effort practicing watchfulness, but also it's grace, right? It's not the same thing as an Aristotelian virtue ethics, where you practice a skill and that skill becomes a kind of spiritual pressure, psychological reinforcement. No, this is divine.
So it works differently. It's like Paul versus Aristotle is what this is all about. It's a different mode of being, and it's a divine mode of being. Modernity is built on Aristotle. Modernity is built on the ancient Greeks. Humanism. It's a humanism, and humanism, unfortunately, is Luciferianism. It's like the Enlightenment. It's Luciferian. It's our own human postulated transhuman pushing that as far as it can go. Whatever was granted to us after the fall. So, but thank God Christ came to save us. Thank God. What have we got here on time? Oh yeah, we're going all right. I think we'll get through it all. Scripture says, he who has a purse that is spiritual knowledge, let him take it, and his knapsack as well. That is, the store from which he liberally nourishes his soul with virtue. He who does not have a purse and a knapsack, that is, knowledge and virtue, let him sell his garment and buy a sword. By this, Scripture means, let him give his own flesh willingly to the labors in pursuit of virtue, and for the sake of the peace of God, let him wisely wage war against passions and demons, that is, let him acquire the skill of discriminating in the word of God before the lower and the higher. Let's get this jacket back on, being winter. "79. The Lord appeared when he was 30 years old, and with this number secretly teaches those with discernment the mysteries related to himself. For mystically understood, the number 30 presents the Lord as the creator and provident ruler of time and nature, and the intelligible realities that lie beyond visible nature. The number 7 signifies that he is the creator of time, for time has a sevenfold character. The number 5 signifies that he is the creator of nature, for nature has a fivefold character because of the fivefold division of the senses. The number 8 signifies that he is the creator of intelligible realities, for intelligible realities come into being outside the cycle that is measured by time. And the number 10 signifies, that's true, the archetypes, that he is the provident ruler, because it is the 10 holy commandments that lead man towards perfection, and also because the symbol for 10 is the first letter of the name taken by the Lord when he became man. By adding up 5, 7, 8, and 10, you obtain the number 30. Thus, he who truly knows how to follow the Lord as his master will understand why, should he attain the age of 30, he will also be empowered to proclaim the gospel of the kingdom. And that means spiritual age. Most people walk around in the permanent 26 years old, Trump included, all these people. It requires hesychism to develop to this age 30. For when, through his ascetic practice, he has irreproachably created the world of the virtues as if it were a world of visible nature, he not allowing his soul rather to be diverted from its course by the hostile powers as he passes through time. And when he unerringly gathers spiritual knowledge through contemplation and is providentially able to engender the same state in others, then he himself, whatever his physical age, is 30 years old in spirit and makes manifest in others the power of the blessings which he himself possesses. And that's what we're called to become. We must be that, friends. We must be that. Listen again. For when, through his ascetic practice, right, when he's walking through the world, follow the Lord and his master. When you're around that age, or even younger, for when through this ascetic practice you irreproachably created the world of the virtues. Through mercy and grace, though, you don't do it on your own. If you do it, you're making it a lot harder for yourself, as if it were a world of visible nature, right? Because it is a reality. These psychic realities, psychological realities are real events. Your being is just as real as external nature. Take it seriously, take yourself seriously. Not allowing your soul to be diverted from its course by the hostile powers and the false gods as he passes through time in actions, going to church, lust, women, right? The whole world's set up to distract you. Carry a hat around, lower your hat so you don't have to look at it, right? Go, like, what does St. Paisios say? You don't have to hang around at church and socialize, right? There's women there, like, worship, go and worship, go home. You know, if you're a young man and you're trying to work on your virtue, to get a grounding outside time, contemplate death once a week. You're going to die. You are dying. I'm adding this. And when he unerringly gathers the spiritual knowledge, right, do the concentration without effort. Contemplate death on weekends. Think about your death. You're going to die alone, no matter where your family are, unless you can get close to the Master. This is the purpose of life. Then you'll gather spiritual knowledge. Essential knowing, essential word is vital body, psychological body, the essential I of you. That's what spiritual knowledge is. It's not some surface sight, eyewitness. It's like at the very fiber of your being, all the way up to the physical body, is spiritual knowledge. It's a possession of Christ himself. It's revelation through contemplation. And contemplation isn't just looking at God, it's intimately touching him, being touched by him in the highest potentiality and certainty there can be, beyond eyewitness certainty, through faculties that are closer than surface senses. They transcend the senses, more intimate, more powerful, outside time, a knowledge that's beyond any mere proposition and is divine. That's what spiritual knowing is. I'm just trying to give you an understanding that you see spiritual knowledge, you think, oh, is it kind of similar to this knowledge we normally have? No, it carries this weight of will and feeling and thought on multiple levels of reality that we don't have experience with unless we do contemplation. So I'm just getting you, it's different than even just Bible study. Bible study can get you deeper, definitely, but this is what leads to the essence of the Bible. There's mystic layers to the Bible that can only be understood through mysticism. And so, like I said, and is providentially able to engender the same state in others. If we do this, if we get close to the Lord, we can inspire, pray to the Lord for his Spirit to come alongside, inspire them to become 30 years old like the Master in spirit, and help a brother. Hopefully, if you guys do these practices, you at least help one other person. In fact, you're going to have to at least tell the Master that you want to help, because you know, it helps bring the gifts about. If you say, Master, I want to help, he'll put you to work. So, is 30 years old in spirit and makes manifest in others the powers of the blessings which he himself possesses. So, he who yields to the pleasures of the body is neither diligent in virtue, neither diligent in virtue nor readily receptive of spiritual knowledge. For this reason, he has no one, that is, no intelligent or no nous thought, no. Because intelligent is modernity. Well, what's intelligent? Like calculative, it's combinatorial, mathematical, grinding. Now they're talking about more essential things that Plato understood. That's true. Primordial concepts that only rigorous moral men can disclose, not a mere mathematical that's available to everyone and any intellect. Yeah, and IQ helps, sure, with that calculative mode, but true philosophy,
that's the intellect they're talking about, the nous. It's higher than all that. And it requires, most people who exist in these mathematical domains have a ridiculous self pride, and that has to be bowed to have these higher concepts that are far greater that encompassing and what they can grant you and what is known through them than any low calculative mode. But you have to bow to the master to receive them, and those people aren't usually willing to do that. People who work at Google, that's why they're trying to create their own pseudo-god, because they weren't willing to bow. That's what the demons can't do. The demons, there's no use praying for the demons. St. Paisios once would pray for the demons, and the Lord taught him, sent a dog next to him to laugh at him. And the master said, all they had to do is ask for my mercy. And because the demons, what they're trying to do is prove God wrong, right? They want him to be forced to admit to them that he's wrong and they're right. And they'll torture us as much as possible to do it. And the master has ultimate faith in us, right? But they will never ask him for his mercy, because that would be saying that they're wrong. Anyway, that's why they hate us, right? But he would give it. He would give it, right? Thank God we're not like them and we can make a choice. So, no intelligent thought to put him into the pool when the water is disturbed. That is, into a state of virtue capable of receiving spiritual knowledge and of healing every sickness. On the contrary, although sick, he procrastinates because of laziness and is forestalled by someone else, who prevents him from being cured, and so he lies there with his illness for 38 years. He who does not contemplate the visible creation so as to discern God's glory in it, does not reverently raise his inner vision to the noetic world, quite fittingly remains ill for the number of years specified. For the number 30, understood with reference to nature, signifies the sensible world, while the reference to the ascetic life, it signifies the practice of the virtues. The number 8, understood mystically, denotes the intelligible nature of incorporeal beings, while understood in terms of spiritual knowledge, it denotes the supreme wisdom of theology. Whoever does not advance towards God by these means remains paralyzed until the Logos comes to teach him how he can obtain prompt healing, saying to him, "Rise, take up your bed and walk." That is to say, the Logos commands him to upraise his nous from the love of pleasure, which dominates him, to shoulder the body of the virtues and to go home. Come home, my son. That is, to heaven. Better that the higher should raise the lower up to virtue on the shoulders of ascetic practice, than through soft living the lower should drag the higher down into self-indulgence. But it is better that the Master grants us these things through mercy, and we do our little bit, right? He leads us up slowly. I'll just add that. 81. But we must do enough, but not overdo. Like the saints say, don't do too much, because the devil can tempt you to do that, but also don't do not enough. And the Master helps you find that golden mean, because he is the golden mean, he is the future. 81. Until our minds in purity have transcended our own being, that of all things subsequent to God, we have not yet acquired a permanent state of holiness. When the noble state has, by means of love, divine love, been established in us, we shall know the power of divine promise. And haven't we been talking about that all today? For we must believe that where the intellect, or the nous taking the lead, has by means of divine love rooted its power, there the saints will find a changeless abode. First, find the peace of the heart before you do anything, the Master said to me
when I was in deep need of returning to discernment. Pray for it every day, and then you can launch from this ground. Divine peace, though, it's something only Christ can give. For we must believe that where the intellect taking its lead, he who has not transcended himself and all that is in any way subject to intellection has not come to abide in the silence beyond intellection, cannot be entirely free from change. And then here's a footnote, right, which I was talking about before. It's nous, it's not the same thing. Very intellection has either multiple or at least dual aspect, for it is an intermediate relationship between two extremes, an intellective being and an intelligible being, and links the one to the other. Hence, neither extreme can possess an absolute simplicity. An intellective being is a subject, and so the capacity of apprehending some intelligible object is necessarily associated with it. And an intelligible being necessarily either is a subject or exists in a subject. As a subject it possesses the intrinsic capacity of being apprehended by an intellective being. As existing in a subject, or an underthrow, it presupposes a being in which it exists potentially. And this is metaphysics here he's getting into. We'd have to analyze it and unpack it. Which it exists potentially. I mean, this is difficulty between intellections, the thing itself, and let's not go into it, let's just keep reading for now. But as the nous develops, you can know things essentially. You already do correlationally interact with it anyway. There are solutions to the Kantian problem, but let's not go into it. For no creature, and the Kantian problem is that the fundamental uncertainty, knowledge doesn't actually touch the thing. That's not necessarily true, but it's overcome through Christ, because he is the essence of things. Intuition, we can have a direct material contact with the thing itself and the essence of things. Beyond surface senses, beyond our distance from them, can we have contact with them. What's the time here? Okay, we're probably not going to finish, unfortunately. I have too many digressions. We'll see how far we get. A being in which it exists. For no creature is in itself a simple being of intellection, in such a way as to constitute an indivisible unity. Thus, if we call God a being, then the capacity to be apprehended by a process of intellection is not inherent in his nature. For if it were, he would be composite. Or if we call him an intellection, then he does not possess an essence with a natural capacity for being an intellective subject, but he himself is intellection in his very essence. The whole of God is intellection and intellection alone. But in terms of intellection, he is also being. Yeah, I mean, this is... I'd lean towards the negative theology on this. And we could certainly unpack it, not now, but in terms of he transcends any category. He won't allow you to, in fact, that it's usually in hesychistic prayer that the devil tries to insert metaphysical speculations that you bat away instantly. You're trying to shed yourself of the academic theology because it cuts you off from what is beyond any concept. That's why it's called the night path. It's the Dionysian apophatic theology that has to be deprogrammed. Yeah, we also need to know God. We need to know the things about God, but they've got to be put to the side for us to have empirical theology as a fact of mystic fact of experience. Because he transcends everything, all our thinking.
There's some good stuff I want to get to before we finish though, so let's keep reading. In terms of intellection, he is also being. The whole of God is being and being alone, and yet the whole of God is beyond being and beyond intellection, because he is an indivisible unity, simple and without parts. Thus, whoever, to whatever degree, still apprehends by means of intellection has not yet transcended duality. But he who has advanced altogether beyond intellection and has renounced it because it has transcended it, has come to dwell to some extent in unity. 83. In the multiplicity of beings there is diversity, dissimilarity, and difference. But in God, who is, in an absolute sense, one and alone, there is only identity, simplicity, similarity. It is therefore not safe to devote oneself to the contemplation of God before one has advanced beyond the multiplicity of beings. Moses showed this when he pitched the tent of his mind outside the camp and then converse with God. For it is dangerous to attempt to utter the inexpressible by means of the spoken word, which I was saying just earlier. For the spoken word involves duality, or more than duality. You might set yourself up an idol, which is what academic theology has become. We worship our concept of God because the pure being, and that's what Heideggerianism helps so much with, the great philosopher Heidegger, all the preparations we talk of, Valentin Tomberg, to get us out of what this human knowledge hole we've dug, extrapolating and deducing from theology and from, has become like a human system. And so Heidegger, the great philosopher, also helps us get out of that. And Steiner, Tomberg, the Hesychasts have some, Sensophrony has some very important criticisms or very important advice just for people in the West to get themselves out of this problem they've built themselves into. The surest way is to contemplate pure being silently in the soul alone, because pure being is established, and I wouldn't even call it that, but anyway, let's not criticize the saint here, is established in undivided unity and not among the multiplicity of things. The high priest who was commanded to go into the Holy of Holies within the veil, and I'm a useless servant anyway, right? So the high priest who was commanded to go into the Holy of Holies within the veil only once every year shows us that only he who has passed through what is immaterial and holy and has entered the Holy of Holies, that is, who has transcended the whole natural world of sensible and intelligible realities, is free from all that is specific to creatures, and whose mind is unclad and naked, is able to attain the vision of God, which is so important. Not only do we have to overcome the passions, we have to clear, that's quite a pretty orange sunset. Might as well just show you that for a moment. You see that? Last rays of light. Rosy fingered. Although there's no rosy fingers, but there's a golden glow. Anyway. '84, when Moses pitches his tent outside the camp, that is, when he establishes his will and mind outside the world of visible things, he begins to worship God. And isn't that what we're doing with concentration without effort in prayer? We're going into the desert to be purified. And that's how these will, because his will is outside the world of visible things, because our senses are silence and concentration. Our will is stilled, and he crucifies our limbs, and they become distant from us in this, thank God, in this practice, right? There's phenomenology that backs up what's being said here, and then you begin to learn what's going on with your being. And so the same thing happens. Then entering into the darkness, which actually becomes a light, that is, into the formless and immaterial realm of spiritual knowledge. He is there, celebrates the most sacred rites, and that's how we get there. 85, the darkness is that formless, immaterial, bodiless state which embraces the knowledge of the prototypes of all created things. He who, like another Moses, enters it, although mortal by nature, understands things that are immortal. Through this knowledge, he depicts in himself the beauty of divine excellence, as if painting a picture which is a faithful copy of archetypal beauty. Then he comes down from the mountain and offers himself as an example to those who wish to imitate that excellence. In this way, he manifests the love and generosity of the grace he has received. And so that can be a bit abstract there, but we experience ecstasy, but as Paul says it, not knowing whether within or without, it's ecstasy and ecstasy at the same time. Like, you still know your body's there. Like, it's hard to explain the phenomenology of it, but like, you're not looking at little like weird shape archetypey things. It's a way of expressing it, but it's the closest intimacies of in the heart and potentialities and spiritual touch that later unfold into more expressible knowings. But the music of the spheres, the angeloi, as music, inner tunes, emerging out of a motive, divine emotiveness, which is what intuition is, right? The awakening of the heart. That's how these things are experienced. So they're more intimate than he's expressing them here. And that beauty, yeah, you experience the qualities of glory emotively, but they're divine emotions, victory, these things you're just not familiar with. The Lord's supple, victorious, glorious doxa future. It's a feeling of everything that's going to be okay, unfold, and it's a raw, new potentiality that you can participate in. You're granted this feeling of this victory now, right here near you. So they're qualities, I guess you could call them. And when you give them these words, like philosophical words, but just trying to unpack what he's saying to the phenomenology that you're going to experience eventually if you continue with the practice. But they're subtle. It begins subtly, and it's intimate because he's a loving father. But the abstraction here can make it sound a bit, prototypes makes it sound a bit, can make it sound a bit platonic. And so those who apply themselves with a pure heart to divine philosophy, it's not regular philosophy, true philosophy is this divine. True theology is mysticism. Those who apply themselves with a pure heart to divine philosophy derive the greatest gain from the knowledge it contains. For their will and purpose no longer change with circumstances. That's what we're after, isn't it? All day we've been talking about this. But readily and within assurance, they undertake all that confronts them to the standard of Christ, or holiness, he says here. But it's only through his mercy. Like, the strength doesn't come from us. We do a little bit but we're really appealing to him. We desperately need him. I'm weak, Lord. All I can do, we do a little bit. We have to do a little, keep striving to do better than our best. Slightly better. Slightly more. A little practice here, a little change here, a little that. Lord help me, Lord help me, Lord help me, Lord help me. And we build up through him. 87, baptized in Christ through the Spirit, we receive the first incorruption according to the flesh, keeping this original incorruption spotless by giving ourselves to good works and by dying to our own will. And we practice that in the concentration every morning for an hour. We're bowing to him to worship. We await the final incorruption bestowed by Christ in the Spirit. No one who possesses this final incorruption fears the loss of the blessings he has obtained. And it's true, the Master will teach you by withdrawing them, but he always restores you back to where you were, unless you do something grievous or something and you need some lesson. That's speculation. In my experience, it's just restored. The saints say restored to where you were. So, 88, when God, in his mercy, resolved to send down from heaven the grace of his divine power to us on earth, he established the sacred tabernacle with all its contents as a symbolic image, type, and imitation of wisdom. The grace of the New Testament is mystically hidden in the letter of the Old. That is why St. Paul says that the law is spiritual. Thus, the letter of the law supersedes, grows old, and decays, while its spirit, perpetually renewed, stays young because it's Christ.
For grace is altogether immune from decay. And so that's what happens. Like you can have a revelation and a law and it dies, but the living God that's behind it, that's who we have access directly to, the Master. 90. The law is the shadow of the gospel. The gospel is the image of the blessings held in store. The law checks the actualization of evil. The gospel brings the realization of divine blessing. I would go even further and I would say the gospel, if it's taken as an idol, can do the same, checks the actualization, same thing. You can make the gospel a law too, and we have in modernity. So the gospel is an icon as tradition for the realization of relationship with Christ who brings about these divine blessings as a cosmic reality through hesychism. So you need more. You need him and worship and prayer with him. It can't just be the study of the gospel. We have to pray. We have to worship. That's got to be the dominant thing. The saints will say that too, actually, in the Philokalia. Prayer is the dominant thing. Of course, the gospel is incredibly important. I'm just saying that people, you got to get the ratio right. All right. My friends, let's have a look and see where everyone is and how everyone's doing. I hope you enjoyed that reading. Painting a picture of beauty, John Stubblefield says, only God can grant you true beauty. Love these readings. Wisdom transcends understanding. Absolutely. That's true. There's always a choice. Kingdom of temporal things that we worship and kingdom of eternity where we can worship heavenly treasures. True that as well. Contra Mundum says that's right about Providence. That's how I was led to the church before I realized I needed to go. Yeah. The difficulty is, if you look back on the whole stream today, is learning how to discern and communicate. But you will look back on your life and go, and you'll check, you'll say, Christ, once I can discern, you'll ask, was that you in that time, Lord God, that I couldn't know before? I thought maybe it was, but was that you that helped me, that sent me that idea? And you can go back through your biography and confirm things like you're talking about. Was that providential? Yeah, some things weren't. You'll ask questions. That's how you know it's true. You'll ask questions. And an order emerges. These things you thought you were right about, you go, no, that wasn't Christ. I thought it was, right? So that's what's so healthy. And when you see the health emerging over time, you see that your errors of the past are being fixed. And that's the heuristic of constructive fruitfulness in our truth criterion, right? Over time. This is how we keep in the Lord's truth, obviously by praying for it also every day. But that's an important thing. There's a wider care, caution with our courage that we have to be more rigorous about than just reading about an epistemic principle. We have to refer back to it. It has to become a mode of being, checking back in, not a mere, I've heard what Scott said, I've read about it, what Valentin said, whatever. We actually have to enact it in a cycle. Check with a spiritually advanced colleague. I'm happy to, people often check in with me, I contemplate things for them. Of course, the objective is getting them to the point where they can ask the Lord themselves as well. But the funny thing is, the most advanced people in the fellowship, when they do the discernments, they align together when we check notes. And it tells you it's the same master, isn't it, right? But that'll be the end of our reading today. We'll finish that incredible St. Maximus reading next week. I think there's 2 more pages to go, but it's 5 o'clock. It's been a long day. It's been a long week. I've been sick, so I'm going to go home and have a dinner and then go to worship tomorrow. Going to pilgrimage tomorrow. So it's been a great day. It's been a really good day. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'll see you next week in another place, in another time, in another reading, hopefully another inspiration. Get practicing. Check those lectures out on my Substack. Join at the fellowship at scottmannion.com/fellowship.
participate in the monthly meetings. I'm happy to meet people one-on-one. You know, I'm going to charge for those one-on-ones, but you do have to join and do the basic, paywall to join. But everything else is free. You could just do it if you wanted to. But it is nice to participate in these things, and we should donate. We should help the Lord's word be spread as well. But in general, there is a free option if you want to take me up on that. Just let me know that you can't afford it. Send an email, right? It's on the website. There's a free option. Otherwise, it's pretty affordable. So, to the base level. But that aside, on my Substack, there's lectures there. Begin the practices now. Don't waste time. Death is coming. Be mindful of your death. Contemplate your death once a week. I'm going to come up with a practice for that based on the saints myself, because when I have done it, it's been very helpful. We're dying. You could die tomorrow. You could get really ill tomorrow. Don't waste time. Use that to impel you to do the practice in the morning. You don't want to die and walk across the gate of death alone. You want to be welcomed by Christ and know him as a fact of experience, and for him to say, I do know you, not to go away from me, I don't know you, but I do know you. That should be our fear. So I want to just instill that at the end to get you moving on the practices themselves. I don't want you guys just to watch the stream. This is about the life with him, guided by him. I'm here simply to help you disclose him as a fact of experience and be guided by him. Thank God it's possible. Thank God. Glory to him. I'll see you guys next week. I'll switch this off now, I think. But I guess I'll pick it up. Walk around a little bit, and I'll switch her off. And I'll get myself an Uber out of here. Wow. I'll just lift it up. Alright, friends, here we are. The sun-lit sky in the background. I'll see you next time. Where did I put that phone? Oops. Alright, see you later. Clemency, Marshall, I see, apply themselves with a pure heart to divine philosophy, will, and purpose no longer change with circumstances, keep striving to do better than our best. Lord, help me, Lord. Help me, Lord, help me. I'm glad you copied that out. That's a good note. I hope that helps you. Thanks for watching. See you next week, friends. Clemency, I'll see you next week. Thanks for joining the chat for the first time. I'm going to disconnect. God bless you, friends.